Dorchetti.
Dorchetti spaghetti.
Might as well uninstall every game that I have on the PC. At least most of them.
Don't have access?
No, I have them. I just, like, why would I play it on here? Oh yeah, get rid of this. That was a waste of money. Oh wait. Directly to the card, right?
El gato?
Okay.
Alright, well, I guess it's... you can't do that. I thought we could.
I think you did have problems with it before, but I guess it's going well now.
Well, this is display capture. Monopoly?
Hmm?
Monopoly? What about Monopoly Plus?
Monopoly is just a game of whoever goes first. Realistically.
Not whenever you have to drink every time you touch go. Tell you, that's the only time I've ever enjoyed Monopoly.
There's this one guy that I played the game against, and that was probably the most unenjoyable experience. He, I don't know. Too smart.
Too
for his own
smart?
good.
We talked you in some deals that you didn't want to take?
Nah, I don't think I ever took deals. There's also that other guy that I was friends with. I
Alright.
put it right here if you're looking for the disc.
Go ahead and throw it in. Oh.
But the other guy, one of my old good friends that became less of a friend, he always made the worst deals in Monopoly.
Installation. Oh, no! God damn it. Alright, well, guys, I guess we're just going to sit here for a minute.
He whenever I'd go to buy anything from him, he'd say, "Oh, you got to buy it at inflation, or inflation plus one of yours."
Inflation plus?
Yeah. I'm not gonna fucking know.
I find it really hard to justify any trades. Because it's like, you know it's going to hurt you. Plus left or right.
Hey, you got a kidney in there? I can take one of those.
So, I mean,
This
like,
is just a game.
they're like, oh yeah, I'll give you all the railroads, but you have to give me your green that completes my green. But if you land on that green, you're done. You know? And it's like, but that's always the deal, right?
He's trying to pull a Trump on me, the big ask.
There's one thing that I would never pay inflation on, though. That's for sure. That's Boardwalk or the other one, the other blue.
Yeah?
Every time I've gotten them, I've lost.
Oh.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, like there's one time, it was like, first time around, blue. Second time around, other blue. I was like, all right, things are looking good. No one ever landed on it. Ever. Not once.
Yeah.
Not once did anybody land on it.
That's how it always goes. You get some really good spaces.
Marvin Gardens.
What was it, the other guy though, the smart guy? Like, as soon as the dice hit the number, he knew exactly where your piece would land. So he's just like, yeah, you're right there. Well, I'm gonna count that.
But you start trusting.
Right. He was right every fucking time.
Yeah, but then you start trusting him too much, and he starts shortchanging you. Just one above or one below where he wants you to be. Like, oh yeah, that puts you in jail. Like, well, he's been right every time he's counted. You know, I'm not sure if you've seen it at Walmart. You probably don't go around the toys too much, but there's a Monopoly set for this town.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Wonder how
I
many
assume
they've
that
sold.
every town has a special Monopoly set at this point.
I mean, maybe. It's a yeah. I would say that it's probably a good marketing scheme. Some people out there might buy it just because.
Yeah, Dorset has one for his town. But I didn't look at the properties, but I should see what they value at like the blue spots and the green spots. They're like, oh yeah, Main Street. It's like Main Street is dog shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm paying for Main Street.
I wonder what the ones are like for like the highest crime rated cities.
Uh.
Do they actually name them the slums?
Shooting alley.
This is Homicide Avenue.
That place where that hate crime took place.
Yeah.
It's too insensitive for them to be like, oh, like yeah, the garbage place is this place, and they're like, oh well, that's just the people there are gonna get mad at us.
Yeah.
It's random.
Hmm.
Of course, Dorset would do research on this.
You should buy it, and then whenever we actually land on those and pay Monopoly money, we should write up a deed, and then go to the place and be like, yeah, I won this in Monopoly.
Oh, you're saying it's random per board? Just joking. Oh.
How is it?
Not very funny.
Hmm.
Painful. Hurts. It was like a joke that my son would tell.
Dude.
He's terrible at jokes.
Pranked you.
And pranks, yeah. He really wants to be funny, but he's just not there
No.
right most of the time.
Incidentally, right? I feel like, oh yeah, we could try and pull some of those cons as well. You know, get some Monopoly money, pretend that it's real money, distract the person that you're paying the Monopoly money to. So
Pretty sure that's very illegal.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you know.
What's going on, Veritas? Why sad?
Because we have an Xbox and he has a PlayStation.
Because you're ranked 3 in the gift subs leaderboard for the month.
You were heavy.
Only getting heavier. That cat is not getting any smaller. So it says ready to start, but like every time you click on a ready to start installation, it gives you like a demo version to play with for a while.
Yeah.
It's not real, so we gotta wait.
When will the games have crypto? Cryptocurrency?
I feel like that's every MMO ever.
I mean, World of Warcraft, you could probably do that.
Well, I mean,
Very
like,
easily.
isn't cryptocurrency essentially just like farming gold
Kind
in
of.
an MMO?
I know that you can crypto farm, but at this point in time, so many companies have gotten into it that they've set up warehouses to
Yeah.
just farm crypto.
You know, our
It's not even worth it anymore.
Levi's dad has a crypto farm in his shed in the backyard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it works for some people. But you have to see if the cost is worth it,
Yeah, I ain't got that kind of money.
because you're increasing your electricity bill.
I don't have money to fucking get a new roof for this house. It's falling apart.
You know, as big as and intimidating as this cat can be sometimes for other cats, I assume, he tries to be sweet.
It's out of selfishness.
Yeah.
Ugh.
He just likes getting massaged. He's like, this will help me with my next fight.
You ever just wonder how far you could throw him? Because it'll be less than you think, right? You're like, yeah, I bet I can throw this cat 25 feet. And it's like 5.
I feel like with the right angle, which would probably hurt me a lot,
What, like a shock put?
like maybe a back throw, but like keep going with it until I hit the ground. I could probably get like 20 foot. Yeah, because then you'd have all that leverage of falling speed.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could do that. This guy weighs like 40?
Last time we checked, it was 40. It's probably more now.
Yeah, that was a guess.
And Roxas is getting smaller by the day.
Weird.
But here's the thing: Roxas has opportunity to eat. Like this morning, there was food already still in the bowl. Theodore didn't eat it all, but Roxas just didn't want to eat.
Wonder if it's one of those things like with Cody and Lacey.
I think it's an
I want you
age
to
thing
stay
for
there.
him. I think it's an age thing.
Maybe.
Just less appetite.
He's getting older, but he's still spry.
Yeah.
He overshoots the jump to get on my lap sometimes.
He can jump. He can still jump all the way on top of the fridge. Cat is at least 11.
What was that other cat that you had?
Django?
That died at my mom's.
Oh, I never had a cat at your mom's. The only cat that I've actually ever owned, me personally, is Roxas. Because,
So then who was the other cat?
I don't know. You talking about Al? The Maine Coon?
Maybe.
I mean, maybe. I don't. Well, no. Well, I mean, I had him for a long time.
My mom had, I think, some of your cats over at our house, and one of them died.
All right, well, let's put it this way. My dad
Or
has a bunch of cats, or had a bunch of cats. Whenever he was married, he turned into a cat man, and he had like upwards of 10 cats just wandering around his house and his yards and all that stuff. There was cats everywhere, all right? I stopped talking to him. There were too many cats.
it smells of piss.
And now he just has that one really mean cat.
Oh.
Yeah, that one. But it cracks me up every time I think about this. But I wash Roxas. I put them in the shower with me. I wash. I just bring all the animals. They take a bath. I take a bath. It's fine, right? But one day I was like, "Have you ever washed that cat?" And he looked at me with the eyes of fear. It was like, no, like he's so afraid of that cat. Yeah, he was a hardcore cat man.
Yeah. You and cats, Spirit is.
Yeah.
Taking care, that could mean so many things.
Lived in a duplex in his younger years where it was like a butcher shop below, and he lived on top, like Bob's Burgers.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know if he's telling the truth about that or not.
I don't believe anything Veritas says anymore. Not after that. April Fools, yeah, okay.
Yeah, my mom died. Oh, I got an April Fool's for you too, Veritas.
Supplier for Panda Express.
This is probably the rudest thing I've ever said to Veritas, but as long as he realizes it was a joke.
What, the friend thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's going on, Arion?
Yeah. You you're like, yeah, I lied. My mom never died, and I was like, oh man, you know what? Really funny story. I also have an April Fool's joke for you. I lied about us being friends.
You know, you really should have committed to that joke. Blocked him.
I wouldn't do that.
I mean, just for a minute.
I had a friend do that to me.
Blocked you as a joke?
Yeah. He got really offended because I kept making Spider-Man memes.
Was it Spider-Man 9/11 memes?
There were some of those.
Okay.
It was like memes that kind of made fun of Spider-Man.
He's at his computer right now. Spider-Man 9/11 meme.
It was like, I don't remember this in 9/11. It's a car flying straight into like one of the buildings, and Spider-Man standing up on top of a building.
Is there Initial D Spider-Man or Initial D 9/11 memes where they're drifting through the towers?
There could be.
Chaos!
I mean, I don't think I ever shared that one with you, but there was a video of like those people standing on the highway, and that guy ran them over. But it's like the Initial D, one of the guys racing against, I think his name was Takumi or something. I can't remember his name at this point. If Smokey was here, he'd correct me.
Oh, okay.
But dude's in his car. He's like,
Wherever
we're going too fast. We're not gonna make this turn. He's like, and then he starts drifting. And he's like, yeah, he's gonna run into the wall. And then it shows the actual car run into the people, and he's like, how'd he do that?
I feel like there's a lot of crossover between Fast and Furious and Initial D, right? Like in the meme space? It's gotta be.
Maybe. What was the first one?
Huh?
Is that Initial D and what?
Fast and Furious.
Oh. Not many that I've seen.
No?
I don't think I've seen that.
Tokyo Drift. Dom talking about family all the time. If you guys ever have some extra time on your hands and you're bored, look up awkward Vin Diesel interviews. They're great.
You know, the last thing that I saw of Vin Diesel, other than I guess a Fast and Furious movie, was whenever he played D&D with that Matt Mercer guy.
Oh, yeah, I didn't watch all that.
It was like a clip. I was like, this is bullshit. He just gave him a really strong character just because. That's what it seemed
I mean,
like.
I feel like all of their celebrity thing. It's not about D&D. It's about.
It's the role of cool.
Yeah.
Everything. If it's cool, what's it matter? You know, they're trying to create an experience. Yeah, there's probably quite a few of them.
There's this one like he's just trying to like fuck the interviewer the whole time. that a mech? Metal Gear. Look at that sword. Right here.
No, I can hear it, but it just wouldn't let me get back on that.
We gotta lower this a little bit.
I think it's because I caught this, so he didn't pull it all the way out.
Oh my god.
And aging?
Aging?
Yeah. She went from like, 20s to middle-aged. And not super high. She was like in the 30s.
What is this? Fucking...
Don't like that.
Looks like Silveria. But surely it's not.
This isn't Japanese.
Well, the songs aren't redone in American.
No,
It's a American copy. It better fucking speak English.
but... And then you got the German copy.
No option.
Maybe you get the options in game. After everything else happens.
Yeah. After the first...
Ragnite.
Ragnite!
Mysterious ore that emits an azure glow. It contains a magical energy.
Yeah, you'd
known
think
as
after
mana.
5 games they would stop explaining this.
No,
Its
they're talking about
discovery
mana
brought
now.
prosperity to the masses.
There's spells in this
thanks to
fucking
a
game,
select
Christopher.
few who could wield its
Fucking-
power through alchemy.
Doctor Strange.
In due time, the mana engine, an alchemic device that uses ragnite as fuel, was invented in Europa. The processing of mana itself became an industry, allowing the masses to access alchemy
Is it too loud?
and sparking a revolution.
Game cards are kind of iffy, so...
This Azure Revolution transformed
I think
Europa.
we're speaking over it, so...
As the demand for ragnite grew, so too did the conflict between countries.
Hey man, that's not a bad game to try and emulate.
Thus began the
But look at
Age of
those fucking
Imperialism,
mechs.
in which countries would expand their
we get a
borders
mech?
through aggressive
hope
military
so.
action.
It runs on mana crystals,
The
course it
revolution
does.
transformed mankind's history
so it flies.
into one of
that.
endless war over the azure
I don't see
mineral.
feet.
What? Spider-Bot. I don't really appreciate this white line that's always here.
Awkward.
The Kingdom of Jutland, September 15th,
There's titties in Spawn.
1954 EC. On this day 100 years ago, the European Liberation War that shook the country came to an end. Elsinore, the capital of Jutland, is lively in celebration for the centennial anniversary of the country's freedom.
I can send you like 5. I'll do it sometime mid.
There not be no fucking corn tacos though. Fucking throw that shit out in the window. Goddamn, Matt, 5 tacos? He doesn't eat. He doesn't.
He's gonna eat 2 of them at a time. The 5th one he'll use to like wipe up all the other grease.
Shh. Gotta read this.
Land of their birth, by the grace of the Holy Mother.
Meanwhile, in a grove far away
She coulda
from the
read that too,
bustling
but-
city, 2 people
Voice
from the
acting is
Institute of
expensive.
Alchemy stand before a grave.
Yeah, I read that all. Like, I just skimmed it and
I'd
totally
like to
forgot
know the
everything
truth,
that it said.
Professor.
Graveyard.
The truth? What of?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I've been researching the Liberation War for a long time, and after going through the records, I've begun to have some doubts.
He's almost T-Bowed.
Like, did the traitors really commit treason?
The Elsinore trials have
Is he gonna be
ruled
like
it
a
as
PI?
such.
He's gonna be the
The
private
history books
investigator of
paint
the
a
game?
similar
Yeah, we
picture,
gotta
too.
we gotta set up crime
I've seen
scenes
the
in this
court
game.
records written by Lord Donovan Lindegard. The 5 traitors
not.
conspired to thrust Jutland into war for self-interest. They incited the citizenry to rise up, leading to the death of thousands. But is it even possible?
So we look
to
like
start
we're
war
in a
through personal
Western
greed
country
alone?
now, or it's a
It
time
feels like
lapse.
it's in
That
the 50s.
conflict is now referred to as the Liberation War.
Just based on clothing.
The name speaks for itself. Doesn't the country as we know it exist exactly because they rose to action? Professor, you come from a line of instructors that spans 5 generations, all of whom taught at the Institute. And the time of your great-great-grandmother's tenure is of particular interest. I've heard that Princess Ophelia and the leader of the traitors, Amlet Gronkair, were classmates and her
Damn.
pupils.
There's some very special
Have you heard anything from your family about that period? How did the
text.
traitors feel? What did they think? Or why did they lead this country down the path of war? If there's some hidden truth, we should share it with the world. I've looked through a lot of historical documents and research.
just hope my
papers
bumpers work
regarding
on
the
this.
traitors. I've
My
reviewed
bumpers
historical
were going
facts
out, that's why
and
we
researched
switched.
them time and again. And I've concluded that there's an important fact that remains hidden about the traitors.
And that would be?
I haven't gotten that far yet. Still, I don't believe that the traitors started a war for selfish reasons. Jutland won the war and underwent a massive growth. The fact that they laid the foundation for it should be ample reason why we shouldn't think of them as criminals. If I may be so bold, I even think the honor of those 5 should be restored.
That is quite a bold
Oh.
notion.
Is that what we're doing in this game? He's going over historical
no need
documents
to
and then
restore
we're
their
actually
honor.
restoring it
Then
through
do
playing?
you accept the contents of
Maybe,
that trial,
but
Professor?
like, for my research,
didn't
it's
want
of
to
a small
restore their honor.
country
They wanted to
similar
watch
to
over this
Gallia
area.
that
That was their only
is getting
request.
attacked. But I don't
Huh?
It was for that reason they accepted the brand of traitor
The moops.
and the penalty of death that accompanied it.
But yeah, this could be
Their
the
only
future.
wish was for all 5 of them to rest here in this land. Still, the people couldn't forgive them.
But it's clear that their request has been granted. Why is that?
It was done out of love, a complex one at that.
You have heard something then, haven't you? Please, you have to tell me, Professor.
In due time.
Very well.
Oh.
What I'm about to discuss, as you've surmised, this is a truth that's been passed down by my family, starting with my great-great-grandmother.
I wonder how much of it has been lost to time.
Listen to it in its entirety,
Misunderstood.
and then decide for yourself if this is a tale that should be shared with the world.
So if it's what I'm guessing it is, my assumption is there would be an option at the end.
To share it or not?
Yeah, basically.
Who gives a fuck about that? It's the end.
October 4th, 1853.
18?
EC.
What the fuck? How'd y'all lose the power of magic? What is this, Fable?
I sure hope that all this is supposed
The
to be
region
quiet.
of Molda,
Okay.
where we stand now, became the first battleground in the war between Jutland and Ruse. Jutland's anti-Valkyria squad challenged the Ruzi Empire.
We're the anti-Valkyria squad?
They were known as the Vannergund, and their commanding officer, Amlet Gronkair, was one of the traitors.
Looks like a fucking bitch boy.
I just hope he's not as limp-wristed as the guy from the last game.
You've already forgot the name, huh?
I forget it every time. I'll continue to call him Welcome.
That racket you've been making is getting on my nerves.
Cheating chips?
Huh? I'm just, trembling with excitement.
Looks like we've got a tough one over here. I expect great things from you,
welcome.
Private Anderson.
That guy.
You can count on me.
I must be excited too. That's why I can't stop trembling.
You're just scared.
What was it?
You're right.
I think I remember his last name.
You ought to be
Miller?
following my example, little boy Bloom. I am the very paragon of vitality, vivacity, and virility.
Oh yeah, virility too?
I'm surrounded by children. War's about to break out and you act as if you don't have a care in the world.
I want to know if we can use these swords and stuff, though.
Miss Bridget.
I know that this is going to be a more tight-knit group than the bunch of squads members that we get.
You're the
but-
brattiest one here, Isaac.
You're quiet as always, Tilda.
You're pretty calm yourself, Bridget, even though the enemy is practically within reach.
That I am. Strangely so. Once the battle starts, though, who knows what'll happen. I've been waiting for the day to take revenge on the Empire. I'll give no quarter.
When the cutscene lasts so
We
long
have
that it
been
goes
pushed
into
around
sleep
a lot
mode.
by the Rucks. Everyone has some grudge against them, big or
Oh,
small.
I'm glad that wasn't his
The
voice.
lady down the street from us
Didn't
died
fit.
the other day. They couldn't find any medicine for her in time.
She was so nice.
Who the hell is talking?
God, this is unacceptable. As if we'll let an economic blockade kill us. We're gonna die. We'll go out with a bang.
Just so.
Yeah.
One of the girls.
'Twas to save my people from such a regrettable fate, so far as I am able, that I have taken up the sword.
I don't believe they
alongside
let
you.
women dress like that in the 50s.
We must break free from the clutches of
In
imperialism.
the 1850s?
And
Yeah.
put an end to this unjustly imposed
I
embargo.
don't think they had headphones in the 1850s either, but here we are.
Amlet Gronkair,
Yes?
I must
That's
say,
his voice.
I truly am glad to have joined this unit. For it has attuned me more closely to the will of my people.
Lieutenant Villefort,
Yes, sir.
have the princess stand down.
Beg pardon? I still have matters to discuss with you.
I don't.
Oof! You still get
Must
fucked.
you always speak so obstinately? Even to your
Come, Your Highness.
Godot? Princess, when your commanding officer says stand down, you stand down. You're not students anymore.
Helena!
Aw, come on! Fifi's just trying her bestest, you know?
You always take the princess's side, Sarah. Why don't you become her handmaiden?
How rude! What's with the attitude?
She is
Doesn't seem like
maidenless.
they've bolstered their numbers nearly as much as the report indicated. Even if they had, we have our orders.
Of course.
Watch over the princess.
Understood.
Sorry for the delay, Lieutenant Gronkair.
What the fuck is that?
It started.
Sir, His Majesty decreed at 0752 to all citizens of Jutland the annulment of our alliance with the Ruzi Empire. He has declared we're entering a state of war against them.
Anti-Valkyria squad, prepare to commence operation. Our objective is to seize the outpost and take back our land from the Empire.
So instead of killing one
Everyone,
Valkyria,
please,
maybe we just kill
lend
one
me your
every
ears.
mission now. And they all have their special,
This is
stupid,
not
unique
just a
abilities that
battle.
just
The
fucking...
dawn of a war for our people's independence.
Yeah, back then,
May the
you
blood
know,
of our own go
1850s, they probably had a
unshed.
lot of Valkyries.
And may we bring victory to Jutland, our country and home.
It's an 80-year time lapse.
Jutland back then was in a state of poverty. the Ruzi Empire, who is in a long-standing alliance with our country, approached the other major powers of the world. Together, they launched a year-long economic embargo, which would later be known as the BRFH
So where was
blockade.
BRFH.
Not here.
Brenland, Ruse, Frank, Hobstria. Those four
My
powerful
assumption
It's
is
noted as
empires
a
in commerce
faraway
with our
land.
country.
Oh.
With the blockade in place,
We're probably
the
in, like,
livelihood of the Judish populace was strained by a lack of resources.
South
Jutland
America.
went to war under those circumstances.
Equivalent.
We're in United Vinland.
We're not. That's why I didn't say that. I don't see snow, so we're not in Canada.
Wasn't United Vinland not even a part of like Gallia Federation or the Empire?
No, it was off the map.
Somewhere in one of those directions.
Sword.
What'd you say last night? It was the United fucking States?
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's a lot of swords. It's gonna be a lot of melee, because that's weird.
I wonder if that's how they got the
Is this just
Valkyries.
gonna be Final Fantasy? Are we just playing a Final Fantasy game?
So this is how they killed the Valkyries. They'd gang up on them and just beat the fuck out of
Just
them.
fucking start smacking them with swords?
It's the kind of gangbang you don't want to be involved in.
Fucking Raffle Stomp? Oh.
I know with me. Well,
Surprise attack on the base. Watch our backs.
Is this like open world now? You just run at enemies and attack them?
I think it's a Final Fantasy type. It is Xenoblade.
Oddly, I think you're right, Dorshen. It is all the makings of an MMO. Without the multiplayer.
Let's do this.
Hell, it probably had multiplayer, who knows? You unlock that on New Game Plus, you know?
Double block real fast. Dark Souls.
No problem.
Battle Palette.
Let's end this. All right.
Wow, this is nothing like the other games. Oh, still got cover behind sandbags though. RB. Alright, well now it's time to see if we can fucking RB.
You can climb some walls.
I'll give you rocks.
I don't know what that means. Spells. Emotions.
I swear I'm not drunk.
Ragnite points.
Running.
Ammunition.
Yeah, they're really just using foam swords. Everyone's humoring them.
We were using fucking rubber cannon rounds after every fight in the past 4 fucking games. I don't know how many times we can blow up a fucking tank and then just be like, ha ha!
I wonder why they went with a sword only. Well, I guess you do have guns, but they have very limited ammo.
Yeah. Let's try some old Smash Earth.
You ready?
I got me. Oh.
Oh. Ah! Ah! Crouch.
For a second there, I thought you were gonna have the capability of.
Watch this.
What was that ability in like? Not Chaos Fairy, but after that.
Farewell.
Here I go!
All right.
Oh no! I figure it would just, you know, get to him. Alright, whatever. Go get him! Alright.
Out of my way, rock.
Wait, so if we crouch, we heal?
I guess so. Slowly.
Everyone just crouch. Oh, you know what this is reminding me of? If this is the battle operation here, it seems kind of like a Samurai Warriors or whatever.
Mm. I guess in a sense it is Dynasty Warriors-esque, but more RPG.
Finally, they bring out the big guns.
The enemy forces are slow to react.
Dragon Age.
I wonder if they're still half asleep.
Private Helena Anderson, ready for action.
Oh, I bet you
Take
will.
it
Well, it's nice to switch it up, you know, already. That's fine. RT.
Let's engage.
There we go. That's it.
This will be a good warm-up.
Watch this. Get this. Who's next?
I won't go easy.
Watch out! This'll be easy.
You ready? Watch this.
That's not fair.
What's this? Use item. Give orders. Orders.
What
You have orders?
would you even have?
You? Oh, you can specifically tell them what to do.
Ah.
I won't go easy.
And you're done.
Who's next?
Mass Effect. I mean, yeah, kinda.
Oh, okay.
Our tank! It's out of commission!
Where the hell are they coming from?
So they've finally taken the bait. Runner, send word to the motherland. Everything's proceeding according to His Imperial Majesty's designs.
There are several
Imperials.
opinions about how the war started. One theory is that a desperate Jutland finally decided to mobilize, similar to a cornered animal. Another, that Jutland preemptively attacked due to intel that the Ruzi Empire was launching an armed invasion.
Okay. But what was it really?
We'll find out next time. I wonder if you can even buy anything in this
Please do
game.
not worry for my sake.
Or if it is
Am I
Dynasty
not a
Warriors
soldier
and you have to
too?
find the weapons.
I can see to my own safety.
Princess Ophelia, How audaciously admirable.
But, Fifi, you're still royalty, aren't ya? No princess left behind, says I. And no soldier, too.
Guarding your highness is an order from our commanding officer. You can leave your protection to us.
Nay. Surely that would ill serve us all.
It's over.
You mean he's dead?
Yeah, that happens when you get stabbed.
You alright there?
Yeah, we killed like 20 guys walking down here.
But I can survive. Nay, I must. For my country, I will.
Fifi!
What are you doing?
Wait!
You big dummy.
Stand back, Your Highness.
Okay.
I'm quite alright. I can still fight.
Yeah.
Pardon me! It's Jutland!
Oh no, not hide. Field. D-pad doesn't work.
Ignored.
I swear on my soul.
Okay.
Easy, lemon squeezy.
I feel like she has the potential of becoming like one of the strongest characters.
I feel like she has the potential of dying midway through the game.
Maybe. And that's why they became traitors.
She loses this one-on-one. After just stabbing like 20 guys. Oh.
She won.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes you just fall into people's swords. Hey, look, blood. Real blood. Real fake blood. First time in the series, blood.
Can you stand?
And he smacks
Princess,
the fuck out of her.
Can you stand?
Yes.
They say you are what you drink.
There a problem, Godot?
No. The princess just won her first fight is all.
You okay there, Fifi? You look even paler than usual.
But of course,
You just killed like
she's
6
killed
people
a man
before
with
that
her
one
own
guy.
2 hands. Such is the way of war.
Yeah, she better
However,
get used to it.
If you intend to follow us further, you must grow inured to death, a friend as well as foe.
You really need to learn how to read the mood. Still, what you're saying is correct. For once. Your Highness, it's wonderful that you volunteered for your country. But if I may be frank, you're a liability. No matter how compatible you are with Ragnite, that has no bearing on your qualifications to be a soldier in the field. At this rate, someone will die protecting you.
Everyone, I apologize for this disturbance. I am quite all right now. I'm fine. Please forgive my lapse in judgment. Rest assured it will be my last.
Fifi.
Amlet,
That just sounds like a pet name.
I defer to your authority. Please grant me leave to continue fulfilling my soldierly duties.
You got this?
Walk out the
Yes.
door, you see someone
Then
that you know,
prove it.
and they ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really
That
fine,
work
but
for
you
the
just
rest of
can't
you?
get into it because they
We've
would
taken
never
care
understand.
of most of their monotech, so let's finish this.
Even my king father has never experienced the likes of this.
And this is true.
I am the princess. I am a soldier. Defender of the people, protector of the realm.
Just can't get into it, man. More enemies.
All right.
Yeah, it's just 4.
Victory shall be mine.
Oh, he's level 3 starting off? What an advantage.
He's gonna be the best. Oh my god, it's fucking
The key point? Your chakra?
my god. It's gonna take a minute to get used to everything. It's Kingdom Hearts. That's what it is. Kingdom Hearts with timers. It's Final Fantasy 12.
Yeah, that's one of the Final Fantasies that I never actually 100%ed.
Oh, you played a lot.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole lot of it.
On surge.
Who's next? Dipshits. Another
Calling them dipshits.
Fucking dumb bitches fucking fighting me. What were they thinking? What, you scared?
A lot more enemies than I thought there would be.
Yeah, a lot fewer.
Too lordly to lose.
Out of my way! This is going well.
You touched him and killed him?
No, somebody else.
Time to shine.
Let's end this!
I'd be scared too. This guy with the sword just kept taking bullets and just killed all my friends with one hit. Fear me! That's a single push of the button, by the way.
Sorry.
3 slashes.
Who's next?
Heal? Huh. Strange. What are bosses gonna be like? What is this, Horizon Zero Dawn?
Watch this boss just beats the fuck out of you.
It could be a
It's
scripted
a Dark
boss.
Souls.
That's the enemy? What a nightmare. To think my unit's been routed by such paltry numbers. They don't
Soon.
even amount to a single platoon.
We'll take its core.
Yeah. Gotta get that rare candy inside of it.
Looks like something out of a bad dream.
I think such heavy mono weaponry exists.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, right? Right?
I'll take it on. Bring it!
Amlet!
Balthus. Target the tank
Balthus.
and take it down.
Target the what? Ah. It's already damaged.
Our foe approaches!
Keep an eye on them.
The Empire!
Taste my blade!
Go ahead and attack leg.
Oh, hopefully it doesn't have any quick attacks.
Keep an eye on them.
Stomping.
Oh, that's the entire.
Barely hurt.
Oh, it is.
Stuff that attacks you. Do this. probably not gonna work too well.
Burn them all! You're no match for me.
Tank has recovered.
Allow me to assist you.
Alright. Smack him in the back, baby.
Hilarious. I think that just pushed.
Oh, reinforcement.
Destroyed the tank part.
Keep your guard up.
In the name of Jutland.
Not bad.
Taste my blood.
Say your prayers, you scum!
Constant vigilance.
Somehow still hit you with push. Multi-stop. Taking about a quarter of his health every time. I wonder if hitting the core would do more damage.
How can this happen?
I'm burning!
Keep an eye out. Leave it to me.
Power comes low. This it ain't a bad idea. Constant vigilance.
That's
The tides are
all
turning.
right.
I have bad feeling.
Yes. I don't really know what all right damage looks like.
What's the big idea?
I am sworn to the crown.
What's the big idea? What's the big idea?
Vanished.
I mean, yeah, basically a Monster Hunter fight.
What's the big idea? In the name of
Just not as much movement.
Fucking wrecked. Because that's the nice thing about having Ragnite blades. It's kind of like 40k weapons, but like it. What do you mean? What do you mean, B?
Haven't hit my prime yet. Haven't hit my prime yet, you know.
Okay. Oh. Like you can only have one. All right. I don't know what that means.
We did it! 'Twas a smashing success. Well done, me.
Yeah, you.
Stone.
Hey, they're running away!
Don't bother. The rear guard will take care of it.
True. Our mission is to gain control of the area.
She's over here playing
Suffice it to say,
fucking,
we've accomplished just that.
Attack on Titan.
Commander.
Belther!
What just happened?
The hell's he doing now?
Going out to
First
Belther.
Sergeant Ramadal, you're in command. I'm going after him.
I am coming with you.
Well, at least we got heals, I guess. Even though we haven't gotten damaged enough to heal. Yeah. He's always the old guy, the old mentor, you know. He's grown out of capes. Or grown out of trench coats into capes. It's a transition that you rarely see. The transition between the guy who always wears a trench coat to the guy who wears a cape.
What the hell? Wait, you're the...
Like the guy in the Watchmen, he didn't get to grow up that much.
Do you have any idea what you're doing?
He was all trench coat.
You have brought the wrath of the
He didn't go to
entire
Cape yet.
Ruzi Empire upon you! Where's Maria? What?
I don't even know who that is. Oh, that was his fault. He should have locked that elbow on her.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
I'm just gonna assume that those swords have lighter weight.
Ruzi's 4 grand
Like,
generals.
with magic somehow.
Probably.
We knew you'd be here.
At least it has, like, you know, you could tell that there's Ragnite in it, as opposed to the Buster Sword, which is just a block of steel.
The carbon fiber sword.
Me? Ha! Well, I do feel honored. But if you kill me now, your last chance at brokering a peace dies with me. Or do you really plan to take my life, even if it drags your whole country into war?
We're going to war anyway.
You talk like you have leverage.
Lost your mind?
He's royal blood.
I won't ask you again.
Somehow.
Where is Miss Maria? 10 years ago, you and your emperor came here to Molda. I know you took her. You took her. And you...
Cut off his arm.
He doesn't need all his limbs.
Holy shit! Are you serious? All this over one woman? Do you realize just how many people are going to die because of you? Ah, but you do know, don't you? You're a piece of work. You're completely insane!
Oof. Oof. Right in the nose.
You don't even remember.
That's right. You wanted to know about your little wench.
Just cut off his arm.
Maria. Maria, huh? If I recall, one of my mistresses. She was a real nympho, that one. She was a hell of a slut.
Oh.
That's fine. It doesn't matter anyhow. I remember. I'll never forget what you Rux did to us.
Calibration. She was a hell of a slut. Oh my god. This game's gonna get dark.
What
Overkill.
are you just talking about?
Grand General Balthus.
That was their commander.
Our mission was to capture the base. We had already won.
What, you talking about war crimes
You
right
killed
now?
This man. In cold blood. He was a Grand General, yes, but by what right did you take his life?
The right that he was in a giant robot trying to step on us? That's for one.
Answer me, Amlet Grunker.
I'm gonna forget this guy's name too.
Gronkier?
Yeah, that's a mouthful.
Amlet!
Amlet? Amlet's a mouthful?
It's spelled weird.
Why are you looking at the spelling? Just pretend subtitles aren't there.
How you get Amlet from Amleth?
I don't know. Hey man, it's the 1800s. They didn't know how to read. Words were still being made in the 1800s.
Good work, Am.
Plenty of loading, though. Enough loading to go around. You know this place is evil because of all the smog. And the gold.
It looks imperial.
And the red. Well, they are... They're a different imperial,
Confirm
but
it
they are
once
still
more.
imperial.
Is it true that Jutland has attacked?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Wonderful. We can finally deal with the Jutes as we please.
4 guys we have to kill this game. Okay.
And Balthus?
He was
Maybe
preparing
they'll
to
die
engage
right
the
out.
enemy when we left. I believe we should get more information soon.
Some guy's gonna run in, tripping all
Your
over
Majesty,
himself.
forgive my intrusion, sire.
This fucking pretty boy.
If it isn't the envoy.
Hail, Emperor Claudius, and well met. I, Lord Donovan Lindegard of Jutland, hope to find you in good health.
What is it? You seem in great haste.
Moments ago, I received grave tidings. The alliance between our nations has been severed by a declaration of war.
We already have knowledge of this news.
Indeed? As expected of His Majesty.
Our Empire's treasured outpost was attacked.
Can it be? That once contested land was a symbol of peace.
Correct. We shall, therefore, answer the kingdom in kind.
Words can't convey my regret. As a diplomat, my purpose is to build a bridge between our countries, a bridge now burnt. My labors to subdue talk of war, so that not a drop of Judish blood must spill. One foolish act brings it all to naught. Since it has come to this, I will return at once and put an end to this wretched war.
Your path shall be a harrowed one. Begone.
Thank you for your leave, sire. Now I must hurry back home. Farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell! Then he jumps off screen.
We now at last have cause to strike at
Yeah, they've been waiting for it.
Our forces await your orders, sire.
All the mannerisms. Every time he talks. Every time he talks. Every time he talks.
It is reported that the news of Balthus's death reached the Empire after Lord Lindegard returned to his country.
Think Spike is gonna make a return?
Maybe.
You know they're the good guys because they have clear sky and blue flags.
Extra! Read all about it!
News that the country had reclaimed territory brought joy to the normally quiet lives of its citizens. However, this uplifting atmosphere and the events that led to the war were carefully constructed by the 5 traitors.
So all we got to see was the town for a few moments.
Yeah. You missed all of it. It's gone like that.
I saw it over here briefly. I saw the blue skies.
Ah, yes. The Batcave.
It's got Thieves Guild fillings right now. And those vibes. I have these quiet sections where they're having their
Yo!
powwow.
Look who's here. Today's MVP.
You think he has stuff to do with fire?
AM? Yeah.
Probably.
Hasn't changed a bit.
Get fucking wasted!
Well, shall we begin?
why all of our plans are shit.
It's good to
They
be
get
back in
wasted.
our palace.
They're like,
To
yeah, we
today's
should
victory.
attack here.
Cheers!
Delish. Nothing like good wine and great company.
Delish.
Just like I keep telling you guys, Lady Luck is on our side.
I don't know why, but I hate that word.
I was
Delish?
wrong, Am.
Yeah.
Like you and Saul
I
said,
hate the shortening of
war's our
delicious.
best bet.
The public supports the war, and the opposing factions are being pushed back. Things have been set into motion.
Right. No stopping now. Balthus
Wow, is
didn't
that guy
remember
really that
what he
short?
did to us.
What?
Hey, you're joking, right?
This guy?
After the
Yeah.
shit he pulled?
That can't be. He killed so many
He
people.
looked so much taller a
How could
second
anyone
ago.
forget so much
What
bloodshed?
happened? He's like 5 foot tall now.
It simply shows that a small incident like that was an everyday occurrence for them.
Whoa, the hell you mean small incident?
Still, we've accomplished one part of our revenge. There is something that bothers me, though, Am.
What's that?
Yeah, his name's
One
Am.
squad member and the princess showed up, didn't they? After you killed Balthus?
Seriously?
Yeah.
So they saw you?
It's nothing to worry about. They saw me kill an enemy general. Nothing more.
And I guess that's fine.
Keep an eye on them, just in
Thank you.
case.
Sure.
Anyway, that's one down, 4 to go.
Let's
I'll
make
go
full
flavor
use
kisses.
of the coming winter for this war. We'll advance on Ruzi's capital and take revenge on the Emperor. Maria should be with him.
And that's why we need to save her.
Hell yeah! I can't
very
wait to
limey.
see her again.
By the way, Amlet, have you heard already?
What about?
Your rank. You're being promoted to captain.
One chapter in and we're already a captain.
I think this is all prelude. Or that was the end of the game, for how much we've been playing.
First Lieutenant Amlet Gronkair, in light of your faithful service, I hereby promote you to the rank of captain.
Your Majesty.
You also have my gratitude for bringing my daughter safely home. Prithee, was she a burden to the operation?
No, sire. Princess Ophelia showed great bravery on the battlefield.
Oh, is that so? Good. Very good. Loyal subjects, you have served your country well. That province once belonged to the kingdom. Reclaiming it is a benefit to us all, and a change for the better. There may be hard times ahead, but I have hope that our nation will continue to progress forward. Warriors of Vannergund, keep the light of Jutland bright!
Father, I wish to say something as well. My beloved people of Jutland, for the first time in my life, my mettle was tempered in the flames of battle. It was an experience I can scarcely put into words. Only by reminding myself of why we fought did I survive. 'Twas for you that my countrymen achieved this victory. My eyes have been opened to the horrors of war. But we have languished under the Emperor's embargo for far too long. No longer could I stand idly by watching our kingdom lapse deeper into exhausting destitution. Thus,
Well, those
I
tacos
chose
just
to
kind of came and went, huh?
and put myself in the front lines.
Tons of
I will
onions.
continue to fight for Jutland, my
Yeah.
beloved country. But for
Oil.
that to happen, we need the help of our military.
That shit's gonna slide right out.
Our parliament uniting the people. Our proletariat supporting the industry. Our press giving voice to the populace. And all the citizens of the nation working together till the end of the war and the prosperity of Jutland. I will keep fighting at the vanguard, dreaming of that day.
Nice speech, Princess. That's easier dreamt than done.
Yes, but her presence alone will help sway the public in favor of the war.
Your Highness.
Godot?
Why, look who it is. Good day to you.
Of course you're here.
My, aren't you saucy? I am the princess's lady-in-waiting, after all.
What the fuck does that mean?
Is something the matter,
What the
Godot?
fuck is a lady in waiting?
Princess, might I have a word with you?
They're
private.
banging?
I'd advise against that, milady. He may be my older brother, but to hold privy council alone with a man? Oh, the scandal.
Please, Miss Ophelia.
Excuse us, Miranda.
Oh, you don't need to apologize to me. This would-be Romeo is the one overstepping his bounds.
Get the fuck out.
Besides, I'm only pulling his leg.
Just go. My time is very limited.
Get the fuck
yes,
out.
Yes,
Princess, about Amlet.
Did you learn something?
Not a great deal, I'm afraid. All I could learn about his life before the Institute is that his adopted parents passed away. Nothing more. He has no past.
What do you suppose that means?
When he struck down Balthus, he said, "I'll never forget what you Ruks did to us." He's hiding something. Of this I am certain. And I fear whatever that may be will betray us all.
Oh.
I'm sure further investigation will yield the truth. I'll continue looking into him. Good day, Princess.
I think those are usually called wet.
Amlet. Who are you, really?
One thing's for certain, he's the guy keeping the leather shops in business. All those belts he has. Right next to Lulu.
No. So you think he's royalty? Ex-royalty?
Idea. I'm sure he doesn't even know his worth. That'll be a reveal that he's like, no, it's impossible.
Dad. Bring you news of Wheel?
His name's Death? He's
Brenlin's unit has been
she?
decimated.
Those are
Everything
titties holding
as
that
you have
up?
commanded.
Yeah.
God damn.
Good. On to the next step, Reaper.
Build a fucking skyline on that.
She breathes heavy.
She's just begging to get out. Yeah, see. I'm sure it's that girl, right? Surely. We do all that, knock her mask off, and they're like, "You're a woman?" Like it's not obvious.
She's the scythe wielding titties.
Next is Ipseria.
The Ragnite capital of the world.
In their individual targets.
Sounds like fun, yeah?
Ipseria was once the leading country in Ragnite production for Europa. Originally, Ruz was lacking in both natural resources and national power, not unlike Jutland. But after seizing Ipseria, Ruz exploited those resources to become a global power while toying with the existing ones. In a manner of speaking, Ipseria is the heart of the Ruzi Empire. We will have Jutland taken. Our presently destitute country should be rejuvenated by gaining control of the Ragnite.
Which in turn means weakening Ruse.
You magnificent bastard.
Look who's talking. Have you seen your suit?
Once we get our hands on all that Ragnite, my company's net worth is gonna skyrocket.
You wouldn't be the only one to profit. If current issues like inflation or supply shortages are resolved, naturally...
The people of Jutland will see the war as a success, just like we want.
Violet, are any Grand Generals stationed in Ipseria?
Nope.
And how do the people of Ipseria feel about Ruz's occupation?
To hear my business partners tell it, they don't think too kindly of their imperial occupiers. After Ruse invaded and took control, the Emperor didn't waste any time cleaning house.
Turns out there was a
executed the entire royal
hot
family
spring
along with any
episode
loyalists.
in the last
That
game
sounds
where
like something
Imperials
Claudius would do.
did the same thing.
The effect was instantaneous.
The
There
guy with
are
the
hardly any
Imperials and the
dissenting opinions
Federation
against
had a
Ruse
hot
there
spring
since
episode
they
together.
fear military oppression.
Doesn't mean their dissatisfaction isn't simmering under the surface. Guess that's where I come in. Got it. We'll distribute an anonymous flyer. A manifesto from resistance forces trying to shed a light on Ruse's crimes and restore honor to their late king.
Straight up sedition. And I thought I was the bastard here.
I take that as a compliment.
Stir up Ipseria and lay the groundwork, making them more accepting of Jutland. It's a solid idea.
You can leave the distribution of the flyers to me.
Please continue the operation within Jutland as well.
More rabble-rousing? We already threw fuel on that fire.
We'll do it as much as we can. A war effort's only as strong as the citizens who support it.
Precisely. Amlet, make sure to pay attention to the citizens when you walk around town. We can gauge public opinion toward the war by their attitude toward the commander of the elite unit. And again, be amicable.
That's rich, coming from you.
Got it.
Good. That concludes today's agenda.
Well then, meeting adjourned.
It's about to
What
get
if it's
real
all just
busy
one
around
belt?
here.
It's just got several buckles.
It actually holds his back straight up, so he can actually like operate as a human being from carrying that sword around. Flyers baked in bread.
What is it, a panini?
It's a beautiful sunset. We can't help but come here, can we? This used to be our favorite spot.
Yeah.
I have an idea, Am. What do you say we go grab a drink afterward?
I'd rather just get back to headquarters.
Oh, come on. A few rounds wouldn't hurt.
We don't need anyone getting suspicious of me. Besides, I need to put together a plan to free Ipseria.
What an annoyingly flawless response. Well, come join me next time. We haven't gone drinking in a while with just the two of us. Even you need to unwind at some point.
Sure.
I'll hold you to it. You just gave me your word. You're a rare breed of man, Am. The kind that doesn't pass out when they go drinking with me. I won't let you get away so easily.
So you're lush.
Well then, I'll see you around.
All right, everyone, let's head back home.
So it was his orphan mother?
Yeah. Or whatever they call them.
So yeah, that was the entire story.
How far did we get?
Got books everywhere. Ah. So this is pointless.
This is how you go back, I guess.
You're quite studious. How splendid.
Well, only 11.
You're
I
quite
assume
studious.
that-
How splendid.
No.
The Declaration of War.
Is it new though?
Yeah.
As head of the Judish royal family, I have an announcement to all citizens of this beautiful nation. Our country's history is a rich one, having been passed down through generations from the time of its first blessed king. But a piece of that history, the lovely Molda, was unjustly taken by the Ruzi Empire. What's more, these lands of plenty are the target of Ruz's plot to cut us off from the resources that are our rights. Now, as you know, I value peace and friendship above all. The Crown made its utmost effort to properly resolve this situation through sincere action and earnest negotiation. Yet, the severity of this crisis has only escalated, and the people have begun to cry out for mercy. Considering these facts, I grow ashamed of my unworthiness. And so, the Kingdom of Jutland has decided to show its strength by standing against the schemes of imperial tyranny. Therefore, I hereby declare war on the Ruzi Empire.
If you say so. It's a very small country to be declaring war. It's like if Vietnam decided to take over China.
Then allow me to continue.
Fix her hair.
I can understand that soldiers die during war. However, according to your story, Professor, Amlet the traitor went out of his way to kill one of the Empire's grand generals. Why did he go to such lengths?
There's a reason behind his actions, as well as why this grave was built as the traders had requested. It could all be seen through the actions of the princess after she had witnessed him kill the Grand General.
Oh. Actual training grounds.
Why don't we catch our breath?
Nay, I will carry on.
Nay! Hit guys with shield in the back. Ow. Ow. What? His name was Groot.
MK.
Are you scared?
You mustn't push yourself too hard.
Our next
Says the guy that got
operation
his ass
approaches.
kicked.
I must prove myself by then. During our first mission, I was naught but a burden. I wish for my mind to be as well honed as this blade. Only then will my soul know peace.
Are you referring to the soldier you slayed?
My dreams have been haunted by that moment. That, however, is because I knew so little of combat. One who mourns the death of an enemy has no place in war. Because I have declared to my people that I will continue to stand at the front lines, I cannot allow my heart to falter.
They say to pity a starving, dying animal is to show great empathy. But to show great empathy means to put yourself at risk. Wild animals do not worry for other wild animals. To them, life is the never-ending struggle to survive, to find food. It's the same for us on the battlefield. There's no room for empathy.
'Tis a harsh world we live in.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, sure. Sure it is.
From the palace terrace, everything looks black and white.
That's why you picked up the sword, Your Highness. Because you have a responsibility, both as a citizen and as royalty.
Just so.
I wouldn't want you to lose your emotional investment in all this.
Well, that was the mission for this chapter. Hope you
That is
enjoyed it.
precisely why I worry about Anlet.
I've pored over countless records, but there is nothing on him prior to his adoption. The lack of information on him is highly unusual. Did he share anything with you during your time at the Institute?
Not at all. He never was the type to talk about his past.
Huh.
Perhaps I will ask the professor.
Professor?
Our former teacher. I am certain she would...
Your Highness! Finally, I found you. Don't you know how troublesome it is when you go out without telling me where?
She needed a quiet place to practice her swordsmanship. Can't get any training done with you bothering her. Had we told you, you would just follow along and pester us here. Like you're doing now.
Oh, hush. Now, milady, let's return to the palace. I'll train you myself if you please. I've wielded a sword against my nagging brother many a time, so I'm confident in my skills. In fact, I'm positive your training would go better with me.
Absolutely not. You never hold back. Or something to happen to the princess.
I never held back against you because you're my brother. If that wasn't obvious, it's no wonder you can't find love, despite sharing some of my good looks.
You two are thick as thieves as always.
Is that
There
how
they
it
go,
seems?
saying that again.
Indeed. I already envied your kinship, but the bond you both share really is something special.
Huh.
What kind of sibling would you wish for, Princess? A kind and caring big sister? Or a rambunctious little brother?
Let me see. Either way, I certainly would be content. But if I had to choose, I'd prefer an elder brother. One on whom I could always rely. Someone like Godot, for instance.
You are too kind, Princess.
Oh, is that... Are you blushing?
We should return to headquarters. It's nearly time to discuss our next operation.
I don't know if I
Already?
care for
So
this
engaged in our practice, I
interaction
suppose I lost
every
track of the
time all
hour.
three of these people get in
Let
the
us
room.
go then. Good day to you, Miranda.
Was it because of all the nagging?
Like, it just kind of goes back to, like,
Guess my big brother's got a soft spot, after all.
we're related. We're going to always talk about this one topic over and over again. Like, oh, you don't know anything, little brother, you fucking piece of shit. And, like, it's just going to be that every interaction. The fuck are we doing back here? Oh my god. What are you talking about right now?
You're quite studious. How splendid.
Yep.
Somehow. Is this a one-night game?
Then allow me to
I don't think that
continue.
was the end of chapter 1. It's just like now it's doing this thing that the other game did, except for more annoying.
Even the young individuals who would later be branded as traitors, each had a place to call their home. Fried Eriksson was a columnist who earned his acclaim by often contributing to famous newspapers. His provocative pieces stimulated patriotism in people and led the citizenry of Jutland toward jingoistic tendencies.
What the fuck does that mean? The fuck does jingoistic mean?
I've heard it said before, but I don't remember.
Basil Sabanci inherited his adoptive father's company and factory. Through hard work, he solidified his position in the Ragnite industry and used his resources to support Jutland's forces.
So what, he's like the Batman?
Dude, he's the fucking bankroll for sure. I don't know about Batman. That suit. Yeah, she takes home in the bar.
Violet Sand was in military intelligence, although no detailed records of her remain. She had infiltrated and gathered intel on not only the Ruzi
So we're about 100
but
years or
various
so
other world
before all
powers
that.
all by herself. The facts surrounding her only came to light in recent years due to more in-depth investigation and research techniques.
As that collar standard issue. I don't care for her outfit either.
It's purple to insinuate her eyes.
It's not the color. It's just like that weird
Solomon
big button
Collingwood,
thing that
a
girls
prominent
wear.
member of Jutland's
Fucking-
parliament,
it's
is
dumb.
said to be the brains behind the traitors.
Your buttons should never be that
A
fucking
capable
big.
and elegant man from an affluent family, his reputation was renowned in political and
The
social
girth
circles.
that she wants.
He thrust himself into politics, suppressed the non-radical factions of parliament, and allowed the war to continue.
I don't think there's a need for a loading screen between every one of them.
Amlet Gronkir's facade is well documented through his victorious achievements during the war. The young hero who led the anti-Valkyria squad. Without him, the Liberation War would not have been won. As you can see, they all have different facets. Knowing each one will bring us closer to the truth behind the traitors.
What did that first chapter was just fighting, and then it's like, oh, you gotta play as a chapter as the suit guy and manipulate the stock market.
It's a QTE.
Yeah.
Oh, the prices are changing over there. Press these buttons real fast.
Talk to people. No camera movement. Wow, this is old. Feels old. Press A to read the headline. Hello? There we go.
Nice.
Nice.
I didn't know you'd be so handsome.
Good day to you.
What the fuck are you guys doing here?
What's the matter?
We must protect all those smiles out there. You want to tell me about textiles?
How much money do we have, though?
Yeah, I don't know anything. Alright. Gear. Standard issue. You think this changes looks?
I'm gonna go with maybe.
I don't see weapons though, so we might just be stuck with one weapon. And this does something. What the fuck does circles mean?
Maybe that's what you were looking at earlier.
This?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, I get to go through every person and like tell them what their jobs are. Picky eater.
I'm the bad guy.
Duh.
Headshot.
Hello, Quantum.
What's going on, Quantum? Thanks for the raid. What's going on, Stillborn? Thanks for the follow. What's going on, Omar? We're playing more Valkyria, but it's not like any other Valkyria that we've ever played.
Yeah, not at all.
It has some things similar, but the gameplay itself is completely different.
Welcome.
Cotton. Heat resistant wool. What the fuck do I use these for? I'm not about.
Have a good
You have
one.
670.
Oh.
That's your money.
Well, I still don't know what the fuck they're used for, so.
Come
Workshop?
on
Probably here. Yeah. Use materials.
Okay. So fire resistance. Defense up. Fire resistance. Melee resistance. Unresistant.
All these emotes. I wonder if defense is just like a flat defense.
I think so.
9 to carry.
Sure, we'll try it. Oh.
No, gotta wait to pick it up.
Till next time.
Everything
Come
you're
back
already
anytime.
wearing.
Welcome.
How was your stream? And what was the end of your phrase?
Have a good one.
So you already have one.
Circle.
Oh, so this is like the Xeno blade thing.
Hey, Captain.
But maybe there's not, you know, choices to build relationships.
How do you say that word?
If I had to guess, mille fiule?
Not French. Yeah, anchovies in a cake? No. I'm good. Look, she's sad now. What do you think our character's doing right now? Just like hiding under the
Sneak it
table?
up to him like Snake does.
The only lover I need is my lance. I mean, it is phallic-like. I guess you could stick a lance up your snap.
Get it inside the snoot. Be painful once it hit the wall.
Her canal might be a lot longer than you'd think. Years of lance fucking? I mean, you know, you get road cones and stuff like that in this world. Blum's Blum.
Huh.
Whatever that did for me. Okay.
Huh.
What?
Hey, Captain.
So, circles allow you to have different strategies for tactics?
Seems so. I don't know what this.
This is Kingdom Hearts.
Going too much. I don't know what this.
Whenever we get below 30% health, try and heal. Ooh.
So every time I use an ability, I used one of these. Is that what it is?
Come again.
I don't know. It's very confusing. Yes, everyone's happy about going to war. I understand. Hold on. Can we go across this bridge?
You can get yourself a new camera angle.
Tannery. Hello?
Welcome.
You have no Cordobon. Cordoba.
Come again. Welcome. Come back soon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh. You just let me turn around, but I guess not. What do you mean? Oh, I guess I never clicked on her.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh!
Come on in.
Oh, you only get to commission one item at a time, huh?
Come back anytime.
Alright.
Seems that way.
This is the chapter format with the book is a very strange way to do an RPG.
Yeah.
What's the matter? My apologies.
Anti-Valkyria weapons.
Yeah.
Upgrade your weapons there, got it. What supplies are we talking about?
Terribly sorry.
Oh, we have to pay for them.
Well done.
Or 20
when used by a sapper.
And they have
I think I was mentioning it on the main screen there. Sapper. She's blonde.
It's weird that they would say that on that, but not in their stat list.
Yeah. Wonder if this is all still part of chapter 1.
Yo.
Surely. Are you gonna give me a free upgrade if I talk to you?
Hell yeah.
Oh no! Circles? Every time I see circles, my flashbacks of Final Fantasy X just come rolling in.
What do you want?
Got a fourth slot.
Okay, so they're not used, but they...
Somehow that's rank 4.
They have ranks? Rank 5 in water, so she can equip things that are rank 5 in water, I guess. What is it? Smoke.
So this is how you rank up? 10 experience? Where's
It's
your
not experience. I mean, like it is, but... Yeah, it's a bunch of these. Like I throw these in there?
Pretty good, yeah?
Oh.
Okay. Oh. People could have been getting reverb. Alright, so one of those is worth 10. And what, everyone... So what elements do we have here? We have earth, we have water, we have fire. And what's the green? Wind, okay. But no electricity, which would be the most beneficial, I think. Alright, well let's take a...
That's a locked mana. You're not allowed that. So the power is the only thing that's really different between them?
Ammo.
And surprise?
Ammo, panic. Surprise. So 6 shots per shot. Draws enemy attention, 3 shots. Oh. Launcher. AIDS.
Pretty good, yeah? Pretty good, yeah?
Six shots.
Pretty good, yeah?
Alright.
See ya. Yo.
Oh well. Still nothing to do with the actual weapons, but I guess the points are what you would do for that.
Yeah.
What's the matter? Oh, what's this? We've got a new assignment.
Mock battle.
Oh. Takedown mission.
What the fuck is exchange?
Gives you something random for the crystals? I don't know how many shards you have.
None.
Big fat 0.
Op details are as follows.
Each battle class. Alright.
That is all.
Whatever. Just go. Okay.
So they're the new shock trooper.
Yeah.
Was our character a scout?
Let's do this! Yep, let's go!
Come on. What are you guys doing?
That would work.
Wait.
Rushing
What?
water.
Shock only. Fire grenade.
Oh. Actually get to choose where it goes.
Wonderful.
Incoming
I'll
enemy.
show you how to fight.
Oh,
Here we go. I'll show you how to
Switch.
fight.
Here.
Me.
Surprise dip.
I won't go easy.
Pay attention!
I don't see.
You died because of those rocks!
Oh. Well,
You died because of those rocks! Pay attention!
I'll show you how to fight.
You've aroused my ire.
Pay attention!
Well done.
but whenever it says partner and stuff like that, which one gets partnered?
I have no idea. A lot of this game's going over my head right now.
Well done, everyone.
Nice. Got 300 cur from that.
Now I'm even stronger!
No idea what that means.
It's probably another one of those tactics.
So right now, none of them have tactics for anything.
Just potentials.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to like know the characters, I guess.
Well, so far I can understand
Hey,
that
Captain.
Sapper is the healing type. Yep. We know.
Applies to the entire squad.
Oh.
Come on in. How about this?
So 2 for gun accuracy.
What the fuck does urban do? Mines?
2 to 7% though. So she could fuck it up or she could make it really good.
Come back anytime.
So how do you equip it? Or is it all ready?
Okay, so red is good. This
Wonder if there's another circle available already.
I feel like there was a circle.
Our next mission is to seize the Ruzi Viceroy office in Ipseria. The anti-Valkyria squad will provide a distraction, drawing the enemy forces away from Jutland's main army. Should the enemy barricade themselves, we'll join the main army, surround the city, and overwhelm the Viceroy's office. Either we annihilate their troops or force them to retreat. Regardless, the Ruzi threat leaves Ipseria.
So we drive the Empire from their domain, placing the country back in the hands of its citizens. And then?
I don't care what comes after.
Perhaps you should. I worry for the Ipserian people, and the long-term consequences of our victory.
We haven't won yet. You know that, right?
Of course. Though I must ask you, as a squad mate and friend...
Friend!
Have you considered what we leave in the battle's wake?
Here we go again.
I beg your pardon?
You always get ahead of yourself.
Must you even take issue with my forethought?
In war, the only thing that matters is the enemy in front of you. Distractions lead to death. Get that through your head.
Oh, well, I never. I should say the distracted one.
Please, Princess, calm down.
Godot.
Listen to your master.
My apologies. 'Twould seem I'm behaving improperly again.
Is this going to happen every time they're in the same room?
Pish-posh. Enough of this plebeian poppycock. I shan't name any names, but the fish
This
rots
guy.
from the head.
Perhaps we need a new captain. A true leader, like myself.
I thought I'd never get used to seeing a lover's spat, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad. I guess it's a bit like our unit's tradition.
I can see it. That's a fitting description, First Sergeant.
I swear, you two are never
First
serious. Ew, no girl's gonna go for some mean old man. Get a clue, you two.
I rescind my previous statement. Well, let's be more serious then. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Bridget?
I don't care either way. Just do what you want.
Why are we
I
having
don't
this
know, you still
conversation?
look pretty pissed. You're scrunching your face so hard it's making new forehead wrinkles. Don't come crying to me again if you can't get rid of them this time.
Wait, crying again? As in, you've watched Miss Bridget weep? Frailty, thy name is woman.
This
Maybe
guy.
you should just try it. Methinks the ladies doth protest too much.
That is all. They haven't decided when the op will commence, but count on it starting sooner than later. Prep accordingly. Dismissed.
Oh. So you don't have to return to Rochelle anymore.
Why does it start here?
I think
And
that's
why
the
can you have
top-
multiples?
Top priority, kind of like what Kingdom Hearts did. I think even Final Fantasy XII had a system like this, which is alright. It helped with not having to micromanage.
We'll set something up. Let's see. But
yeah, you have 3 different options.
Oh. What?
Yeah, switch over to like defense on him and then start changing. I mean, for support, you'd probably go.
Well, I'm
healer,
just
right?
seeing if it switches, because I don't think it does. It's the same thing on every one. So what's the point?
What's the matter? Seems that way.
Thank you.
We've got a new assignment. Op details are as follows.
Unless it's different. At all it does. Defeat the light tank.
That is all. Just...
Okay. So he's a shock troop. Scout. Shield. A sapper.
Let's do this!
So, she's with us, right? I don't know, like, I don't know anything, to be honest. But,
Ready or not, here
You
I
ready?
come.
I'll never
I'll
forgive
prove
you
myself.
the rocks! Let's end this! Who's next?
Commander!
Constant vigilance. In the name of justice.
right, Commander down.
Rapid Ruin.
That all you got?
Whoopsies!
All right.
Fuck it. Oh shit.
Take this!
Yes?
That was it. Ah. Take ammo back.
The battle's going our way.
I'll prove myself.
Intercept the enemy.
Ah, there are enemies up on that hill.
Take this! Who's next?
Yeah,
Commander down! All right.
Onward to victory! Let's go!
Damn Jutes!
Who's next?
In the name
Who's
of
next?
Jutland!
He got his left leg if he hit the 3.
Who's next?
Get it on!
Oh?
Burn them all!
Let's do this!
In the name of Jutland!
Get it on!
Taste like the leg I give! Lend me your ears! Rest in peace. In the name of Jutland!
That should do some damage. Mission complete.
Hoorah!
I don't understand.
What's the matter?
Oh, you got some turn-ins for report?
We've got a newest. Well done.
Kill someone with a rocket launcher.
Capture all bases.
Op details are as follows. That's all.
I mean, I guess. I am a little worried about the leveling system here, because it doesn't seem like everyone gets levels anymore.
October 1853. The Jutland army departed to attack the Ruzi Empire, who was controlling Ipseria.
Ipseria was a point of strategic importance to both sides. More than half the land is covered with mountains rich with ragnite veins, giving a great many people work in the mines.
Yep. I was supposed to push A during that.
Your Highness?
Also worried, like whenever it comes to RPG formats, like losing characters, like characters that you start investing in, and then they just disappear, and then you gotta fucking play with these characters because these characters aren't available. Shit like that. I don't know what to expect from this.
Hopefully it'll teach us. Oh.
Let's do this. Tango sighted.
the enemy!
Let's end this.
In the name of Jutland! Yep, let's go!
Get it on!
Commander down. Who's next?
Killed a retreating enemy.
Take it all the way!
Rest in peace.
That all you got? All right.
That's got that.
Commander down.
Terribly sorry.
Commander
Taste
down.
my blade.
That's why we're back faster.
Something's coming.
Get lost. Commander down.
Remove this.
Burn them all.
They're attacking from resistance!
Onward to victory.
Who's next?
All right.
In the name.
Okay.
Let's get it
I
on!
feel like they gave us that. Dude, just attack the dude.
What's the big idea?
All right.
Yes. Point.
I think we're better off without the.
Soldier!
Commander down.
They gave us the box tutorial, but I didn't see a box.
I haven't seen one yet.
Can I break through these?
I don't think so. I imagine those are the black barriers. Yeah, that's one. Restorative bandage.
They kind of blend in, don't they?
There is no other way.
Let's end this. All right.
Let's get it on.
I should probably add magic in there.
Battle's going on.
Who's next? Reinforcements.
Hoorah! Take it all the way. Who's next?
What's the big idea?
Who's next? Coming.
My word. Look what I could do. You have my thanks.
Get her down. All right.
In the name of Jutland. Rest in peace.
All right.
Tank.
Take this. Let's end this. All right.
The tides are turning.
Mm.
Got it, bad guys.
Commander down.
I wonder what the orders are like in this game.
Orders is just tell them what to do.
Alright, let's do this.
Commander down.
Doesn't know what to do with that smoke screen.
Don't be so serious. Let's get it
You
on.
should be dead. That's a while.
Who's next?
Wonder if that's telling you how many enemies are in the area.
Taste my blade.
Who's next?
Or if that's only for flags.
Terribly sorry.
But I mean, in this case, both. Right? Like, that's how many enemies are in the area to capture the flag. Crates. No crates. Need a fucking speed up.
This isn't even a challenge.
What is this guy doing?
Let's end this! Who's next?
The tides are turning.
Commander down! All right, Commander down! No way!
Battle's going our way!
Commander down! All right,
think about!
I'm gonna walk over there.
who's next?
You got time for walking.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Let's end this! All right.
Boss fight?
Probably.
Looks big enough.
Yeah. I don't like the team.
We keep going and neutralize the Viceroy office.
The circles. They don't seem cohesive enough. Like, why are there fucking 7 priorities?
Who the hell is that?
An enemy. You can tell by his glare. There's no trace of intelligence. He has the eyes of a beast.
Oh.
Come now, one pup does not a wolf pack make. Bearing your fangs at an apex predator like me isn't bravery.
Look at him, he's
it's
fucking
buffoonery.
retarded.
You're an idiot. But you got a point. Something smells fishy here. Maybe it's a trap. Like a decoy. Or an ambush.
Who cares? Let's do this, Jordan!
Victory goes to those who were first to strike, First Sergeant.
And then they're dead.
He doesn't even. Air punches!
That's Ragnite Glow.
He has a mana-powered prosthesis.
For a second there, I thought those were gun knives.
We might see them. I went past this game up to create some gun knives.
The rest of you, keep going.
Oh.
Finish the mission. That arm. Who the hell are you?
I have no obligation to answer you. This will not go as you planned.
And then he focuses the princess down.
Keep an eye on them.
Let's end this!
Your
Spears
technique.
all kind of?
Did he just one-shot somebody?
I feel like they did.
Yeah. Alright, yeah. You're giving me too much.
I'll give it my all. Come on now.
Yeah, he is doing some damage.
Oh, didn't count.
Nope. Doing a lot of damage.
this? How about this?
You ready? What are you looking at?
Had a bad
It's over.
feeling.
Where you go with things?
I almost
Honestly.
I guess this is a good time to start practicing dodges.
Watch this.
Show me vigilance.
Now we give it my
Got the dodges for the other thing.
Had a bad feeling.
That all you got?
Constant vigilance.
Keep an eye on them.
Yeah? Blocked.
You ready? What are you looking at?
What should I do?
You ready?
Oh,
That all
she's
you
down.
got?
I must stand strong.
For your vigil.
Come on now.
One for your vigil. Constant vigilance.
Oh. Maybe dodging is a way to speed everything up.
Taste my blade. In the name of justice. Constant vigilance. Constant vigilance.
You lost.
Oh, okay.
Your ears. Sorry. Look what I can do.
You could probably throw a grenade at him right now.
Are you alright?
Keep an eye on them.
Seems only whenever his red meter goes away that you can't hit him.
Take this.
Constant vigilance.
Blocking everything down.
I'll give it my all.
Don't understand what's happening.
I guess you regain mana over attack.
Keep an eye on them.
What is this?
That all you got?
Constant vigilance. I offer this one. Had a bad
Keep an eye on them.
Like, he should be down, but he's not taking damage at all.
Constant vigilance.
I'll give it my all. How about this?
Are you alright?
Keep an eye on them.
Your ability was the only thing seeming to do damage.
Out of my way. Keep an eye on her. Weak.
Constant vigilance.
Out of my way.
Constant vigilance.
Okay.
Take it easy, okay?
That should do some damage.
Whatever. He's down. But we lose in the cutscene. Oh no, maybe not.
Your Highness!
What the?
Are we gonna shoot himself?
Are you not Prince Laertes? Heir to the throne of Ipseria?
Huh?
The next time we see him, he's gonna be all like,
Wow, awesome.
He was tougher than a tank.
The prince?
Yes. At first I feared my memory failed me, but
Yeah, earlier I only
there is
saw
no
belts
doubt
on
left
his
in
chest.
my mind.
Yeah.
The eyes are a window to the soul.
If you look harder, you
Those
can find more
that could
belts.
only have belonged to Prince Laertes.
A member of
Those
the
pants
Crown
must be
Royal
so much
family
bigger than
survived.
him that he has to just strap him down.
But why would he attack us? And that prosthesis? Something's not right.
I've read about a procedure in which a
Man, you
body's
say that a lot,
capabilities
Godot.
are alchemically augmented and even surpassed by Ragnite.
A mana-enhanced human.
Ew. And here I thought he was kind of cute.
We can validate the facts later. We need to prioritize the operation first.
What a stubborn group. Just give it up and be obliterated already.
Looks like a last-ditch effort.
I'm glad to see they all made no room at all.
Went out the street to the first sandbag.
Well, now's as good a time as any. All right, everyone keep up with the captain.
Good to see the captain still alive and kicking. The enemy's ass.
Got it. Yeah, lightning.
Ooh.
So it's she's a sapper or he's a sapper. We don't have.
Got a couple, I guess. Sarah was the sapper.
I know. That's it. Just those two. Who's ready? Another. But she does have heal as well. I'll fuck around with that. I feel like maybe 3 priorities would probably be better than just putting them all. At least at first.
Commander down.
Love killing the commanders, man. Like first thing.
What's the fear of God in these men? I think you build mana back up over time, unless that's like a crouching thing as well.
Who's next? Commander down. You ready? Damn it.
You missed! Oh,
You gotta kill at least one to turn in that other.
Who has it? Her? That'd be her. She used all three.
Whew. That's rough. Maybe she did kill.
Another win. Look what I can do.
All right.
Ding ding.
Ding ding! Ding ding ding-a-ling.
Mission complete.
S rank.
Alright. So as long as you have an A and an S, it's an S.
Okay, so everyone does get experience.
Stronger. I've grown stronger.
You and everyone else. Rank 7.
Way better than the free mission.
Looks clear. I think we're finished for now. Provided everything went according to plan, the main army should be winding down as well. Of course, there could be more troops on the outskirts. Should we try to draw them out?
No, we should stay right here, strategically speaking.
Regardless, the residents will come out when the battle concludes. It'll be fine if we're welcomed with open
Rah,
arms.
rah, rah. Fucking goddamn.
A hassle if they put up a resistance.
I guess that's what orders do. They use all the ammo.
Persuade them myself. Once we convey our intentions openly and earnestly, they shall understand. If we can do that, I believe they'll accept us. And Jutland.
Yup. I'm sure Fifi can do it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'll help too.
Why are you being so competitive? I don't see the point.
There is something else, though. The shield guys need an aggro.
We could use all the Hans we can get.
Captain
Otherwise,
Valkyria.
like, what's the point?
Runner Nielsen reporting.
That
Our
an
army
NPC
engaged a large
lives
enemy unit
and
on
does
the
less
outskirts
damage?
of Ipseria and has defeated them. The Ruzi forces broke formation and have begun retreating. Our troops are
Just
entering
all
the
shield
city right
boys.
now.
Inform the commanding officer that Vannergan's taken the Viceroy office and secured the area. They may encounter some residual enemy forces scattered.
What are these
across the
dinosaurs
city,
that they're
should
riding,
Rendezvous
dude?
with us immediately.
Like way better than a
And
chocobo.
be sure to show the citizens some care. We're here to free them from the Empire's oppression.
Yeah,
I'd
they're
have to
fucking
see that run
armored
across
up
the-
and shit.
Their honor and dignity as Ruse has.
Yeah.
These orders
I'd have
come
to see it
directly
run
from
across an
Princess
ocean
Ophelia
first, though.
herself.
Yes, sir. I'll definitely relay that. I swear on my life.
I trust you will. Hans, a moment.
Sir?
The main force. How many did we lose?
I don't know the details, but the commanding officer himself said the death toll is far below estimates. The commander is calling this operation a decisive victory. We've won, and with minimal casualties.
Are you disappointed?
Is something wrong, Captain?
No, nothing. Thank you, Hans.
Yes, sir. I'll be taking my leave now.
You do that.
Why?
You know, sometimes you just trip over things. you know?
Is something the matter, Bridget?
What the fuck is she wearing?
Nothing at all.
Fucking pajamas? Like,
Oh, our job's finally done. I could use a drink. What do you say, Jordan?
Drinking until dawn doesn't count as a drink, First Sergeant.
I can see it now in my mind's eye. Me, surrounded by doting Ipserian damsels, the epitome of prestige and popularity.
Yeah, in your dreams.
Hey, wait! The captain hasn't dismissed us yet.
Come on! Hurry up, Fifi!
okay.
Does this blade open up?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, I guess if you want to. It moves. Activates. You can just have exposed Ragnite all the time. Cancer.
fragment.
You're quite studious. How splendid.
Oh my god.
Are these what they're calling fragments?
Yeah. Off-screen scenes, I guess. I don't know how she knows about.
This guy's a historian. He's like, man, I got it all. I know it. You told me this. I know that this is what they were saying. These are the conversations they had.
The response to your column's been amazing.
This is non-fiction fiction book
You did a lot to
on
promote
history.
Yeah.
What do you say to
This all happened except for the giant robots.
You're
and things.
single-handedly boosting sales. I'm sure we could swing you more money if that's what you want.
Nah, the freelance life suits me.
Speed reading.
Fair enough. If you ever change your mind, just let me know. Honestly, ever since you left, the whole paper's editorial tone has shifted slightly.
Oh yeah?
It's like no one's afraid to speak up anymore. I bet readers have noticed the change as well. Just walking down the street, I can tell things are different now. Ever since we took back Molda, the fog of Ruzi's oppression has lifted.
Still, it would have been better to avoid war altogether. But since that ship's already sailed, I suppose the people who pushed for it must shoulder that responsibility.
You say that like you had a hand in it.
Of course not.
Just do what you do best. Right. We're all waiting to see what you come up with next.
That's the scene. Back to the book. Back to the book. Game crash? Back to the book. Alright.
The whole industry's starting to mobilize, boss.
You guys just have Ragnite
The smart companies are
fucking
getting busy. War's just
generators
an
with the door
excuse.
open?
That's good business, both for Jutland and the Ragnite biz.
Good to see you, sir.
That can't
Keep
be
up
healthy.
the hard work. Try to clock out on time, yeah? Don't make your mama cry.
Yes, sir.
Don't make your mama cry.
The war economy's coming. While everyone's rooting for us to win big, now's our chance to rake in the dough.
That old war
Accepting
economy.
orders, got it? Competition's already heating up.
You got it, boss.
Is this really all right, Mr. President?
Don't worry so much. If we don't ride out this wave, we'll be left high and dry while our rivals are swimming in cash.
But the higher-ups in the Ragnite Manufacturing Union were opposed to the war, weren't they? They stressed that instead of agitating the Empire, we ought to focus on negotiating for fewer economic restrictions. So, won't this lead to a direct confrontation with the Union?
Even better. I can finally outplay those tight-assed coots. It'll be perfect. That said, they do got a good nose for money. Chances are, they'll support the military as soon as they smell profit. And that's when the real games begin.
I get it. Okay, Mr. President, you call the shots.
And that's that. But boss, what's our next step? Even if we take orders, we don't have enough Ragnite to fulfill them.
Leave that to our boys in battle. We keep winning, and we'll be up to our balls in blue rocks. Stick to your quotas, okay? On that note, I'm gonna give the Anti-Valkyria squad our full support. After all, what better advertisement could there be than an elite force kicking Ruzi ass with our
These
weapons?
games have changed so much.
Up to our balls in those blue rocks.
They had to have changed companies. Somebody's like, we need a more adult approach.
Yeah, kids aren't playing these. I'm all for it. I wish they went like if this was early 2000s, this shit would be so much.
Government has returned.
I'm
bloody.
terribly sorry for being late.
Worry not.
Okay.
We weren't surprised at all when the messenger informed us of the situation.
It sounds like you had quite the debate with that moderate Councilman Lindegard.
I don't think politics would make for an interesting topic at the dinner table.
Everyone wants to hear about it. We were just talking about the day you persuaded the king on the necessity of this war.
Oh, it's all your
You
fault.
exaggerate, sir.
No need to be humble. Many of those here once held office as well, and they'd never heard of something so counterintuitive. To think that war would be what shines a ray of hope on a closed-off country. And what happened? The gunfire at the Empire's towering base in Molda became the light that illuminated Jutland.
Lord Madkind, I understand your desire to praise your future son-in-law, but it's a letdown hearing you tell the tale. We haven't even had a toast to celebrate his return yet.
Oh, where are my manners? Please excuse me, Lord Ostrad.
Don't worry about it, Lord Madkind. In fact, I'm quite thankful for it. Solomon, would you do the honors?
Me, Father?
Don't keep everyone waiting.
Very well. At this time, I think there is only one suitable toast to give. To Jutland's victory.
That's right, to victory.
To victory!
Man, these
Furthermore,
people.
I have an announcement to make.
What is it?
The hostilities have begun. With that in mind, I'd like to delay Sophia's and my wedding until after the war. Until the day Jutland seizes victory.
Solomon, what's gotten into you? Does Sophia know about this?
This is my decision, and it's the first time I've mentioned it. I'm sorry for not discussing this with you.
I had a feeling you would say that.
You talk as if this has nothing to do with you.
Father, Solomon is very hard both on himself and on others. He feels that it would not be right for only him to be happy during this time of war.
It's all right, Sophia. You don't have to go out of your way to defend me. Please excuse my selfishness. I simply wish to focus on changing this country.
He's trying to weasel his way out. He's like, what have I gotten myself into?
This is a true story.
Is it? Is it? Maybe if a fisherman told it.
It was a success. The Jutland army has gained control of Ipseria.
Well, just as planned.
It was faster than I thought it would be. I better finish up my article.
Next on the agenda, how the other world powers will react. I'm sure none of them predicted that Jutland would wrest control of Ipseria.
He works with us?
Like a jolt from the blue.
It's part of the 5.
You mean Bolt.
It's Bolt?
Definitely.
These are the 5 traders.
Yes. Right now, we feel jolted.
What's up?
I won't say who's to blame, though.
That was just a slip of the tongue. Go on, Saul.
Jutland has seized the Empire's largest supplier of Ragnite. Before the impact of this news dwindles, we need to do something regarding the world powers. Doing so will isolate Ruzi from the others and weaken them. Swiftly, but surely.
I don't know how they're trading
Oh,
yet.
well, you got this grand scheme thing down pat.
Always the mastermind. We'll leave the thinking to you, as usual.
We have our work cut out for us. There's but one motto, everyone. Jutland has liberated Ipseria. It was a deliverance from the Empire's tyranny and exploitation.
Liberation.
That angle should make for a great article.
Yeah, Liberator's got a nice ring to it. Hell, I'm feeling pretty libertine myself. Come here, Vi.
Not tall enough.
Those phrases originated from the traitors? Wasn't the Liberation War coined by Donovan Lindegard?
The truth is stranger than fiction. The traitors chose words that would give meaning to the war and appeal to all people.
That fish was like 2 stories tall.
Records indicate that an envoy from the Jutland Parliament arrived only 3 hours after the end of the battle. Under the pretense of rebuilding the Viceroy office Ruse left behind, he came to oversee the interim government. After they were colonized by the Ruzi Empire, the Ipserians couldn't participate in the administration of their lands.
The envoy from Jutland was Solomon the Trader, who took action accordingly.
I'm not sure if we're going to see
Viceroy office to
Red
the
talk
public,
in this.
gathered the citizens
Or
there,
any medals
and spoke of
at this
Ipseria's
point.
future.
Ladies and gentlemen of Ipseria, I truly lament the hardship you have faced. You've been the target of many since the discovery of Ragnite in your lands. Even so, you did not break, and the country had flourished with the presence of your royal family. But the Ruzi Empire has extinguished your guiding light, and the royal family is no more. With their unending greed for territory and dominance, Ruse has exploited you through intimidation. Faced with such a heavy burden, anyone would become exhausted and not question the rule of the Empire. But even your right to question authority was taken from you. Jutland was the same. Our country had given in to the
All these
suffering
gestures.
caused by the embargo, even began to accept this unjust situation.
Starting to look like the dance scene from the 20
However,
Dynamite.
our brave citizens rallied behind our king, who broke the alliance and succeeded
Some of them
with a
were
counterattack.
so off cue too.
Now our country's morale runs high, and the Jutes are regaining our pride. In this age of turmoil and uncertainty, I am sure you wish that the royal family was still with us. From now on, you are the main players. Each of you must rally Ipseria in place of the royal family.
She wearing
Since
a
your
wig?
government has been in the hands of others for so long,
Wearing the same
I
clothes but a
understand
wig.
there may be some reservations. Therefore, Jutland will lend you its assistance. We started this war because we ardently hope to change Europa for the better. Both of us have felt the same pain caused by our common foe in the Ruzi Empire. As fellow men, we liberated you from their reign to return this country to the way it should be.
Hurrah for Ipseria!
Yeah.
Hurrah for liberty!
Hurrah for Ipseria!
Hurrah for liberty!
Hurrah for liberty!
Hurrah for liberty!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, truly. To ensure that Ipseria is never again invaded by the Empire, Jutland hopes to stay in this country for a brief period and remain vigilant. As for the government, we will temporarily dispatch some people from Jutland to promptly get Ipseria running. We wish to work together with your representatives to establish your country. Please lend us your cooperation.
Solomon's passionate speech, paired with the distribution of the anonymous flyers, touched the hearts of the people.
I want some more of those disgusting tacos.
Oh yeah. No more.
There was much for drinks. Yeah, do you think she was like, she's where they got the enthusiasm? Be like, oh yeah, ready for liberty and stuff. They were like, they were super all about it.
I don't know, man. I just felt like saying it. The chick with the tits in the crowd.
Definitely not from around here.
Within Jutland, Freet the Trader skillfully influenced public opinion, crafting an easily understood composition, a tiny virtuous Jutland rebelling against an immense wicked Ruzi Empire. He planted the idea that this war was the righteous thing to do in the people's consciousness.
Fucking loading screen. All over the place.
Meanwhile, ambassadors from each of the world powers gathered in the Ruzi Empire. There, they discussed the recent events with Emperor Claudius. Each country agreed that Jutland's invasion of Ipseria was a violation against the current world order. All the while, they blamed Ruse for bringing about the current situation. Emperor Claudius, however, was resolute and dismissed their protests, stating all was proceeding as Ruse had planned.
Have you forgotten?
Okay.
Death itself bows to our imperial whim.
So, Valkyries can teleport now.
Yeah, this is the time of real Valkyries.
After Jutland installed an interim government in Ipseria, they soon set about to establish Ragnite supply routes. Basil the trader mobilized the leaders in the Ragnite industry.
A Ruzi counterattack is coming soon. I'd bet my balls on it. Jutland won't stand a chance against a full frontal assault. That's why we gotta bring out the big guns.
Alright,
Show 'em
guy.
what this industry can really do, boys. Time to ramp up Ragnite production, invest in alchemy, and develop monotech to catch the Empire with its pants down.
I understand what you're trying to say. It's the way you're saying it I take offense to.
About balls? A lot of
It's
ball
about the small
talk?
stuff, Pops. Let me stress how vital it is to keep our momentum going. Not even an embargo could come between you and your profits. Now I want you to use that fortitude to amp up the military. I want to see our boys in battle packing some serious heat.
New weaponry? But by losing Ipseria, Ruse took a heavy blow. They know how serious Jutland is. I don't think we should escalate the situation. Violence begets violence, you know.
I wonder if this is the same voice actor
You
for
soft
that,
or something? Don't go limp on me now. We're up against a goddamn empire.
For
We
the,
go at this half-assed, and we'll be the ones getting bent over and screwed.
I was talking about him. But the guy from Sleeping Dogs, I'm trying to remember his name.
Jackie?
No. Well, maybe? It's the guy that you meet at the very beginning.
Jackie. Oh. Like the very, very beginning? The chase
The guy
scene?
in the gel.
That's Jackie.
Rise and be recognized.
Yes, Your Imperial Majesty.
Tell us, what did you see at Ipseria?
I saw the Princess of Jutland.
What's that supposed to mean? Surely you didn't really spot Her Highness on the front lines, swinging a sword like...
That's exactly what I saw.
Oh my.
In addition, a powerful force defends her. They crushed our military's mono-weaponry with ease.
And? I heard you fought them.
Indeed. They had special weapons. One similar to the right arm that Your Majesty has bestowed to me. They were weapons that emitted a Ragnite glow.
Interesting.
New monotech, huh? Not bad. Even backed into a corner, the dogs of war still have a bit of bite to their bark.
You still harbor doubts, young Maxime.
What are you referring to, sire?
Do not take us for a blind man.
Yes, sire. To think he would see through me is a terrifying man indeed.
Questioning minds and hesitant spirits seek answers. No? Very well. We shall abide.
Answers?
Victor, Gilouche, Gustav. These men served us well before we took the throne, and have proven themselves stalwart comrades along our path of power. Together, these worthy peers comprise the Grand Generals, save for Balthus IV, who was slain by Jutish hands.
I am aware.
Maxime, we would have you fill his lordly shoes.
What?
Is this
You
Maximilian's
mean to make Maxime a
great-grandfather?
Grand General? Correct. He is capable enough. What's more, we wish
That's
to
80
judge with
years.
our own eyes the potential of
Grandfather?
alchemical augmentation.
This is absurd. Forgive me, sire.
Maybe.
Because if this is the past, and these guys have the same color scheme as the empire that we face, maybe they just rebranded at some point.
Question
They
that
moved.
money is evil.
Stole
Count
land
evil
somewhere
It might
else.
be
right
the same
makes
area.
money,
It's just
but never lose faith
Before
in
everything
us,
was established.
For we shall never forsake you. There is your answer. The secret.
There's a whole lot of
to
war
our
over these next
success.
8 years.
In faith, there can be no hesitation.
What
Still
arrogance, what confidence. But they are befitting of his imperial majesty. I don't know what the future will bring, but I shall wield my strength for the sake of this man.
Grand General Maxime, from this day on, take heed of your distinguished station, and conduct yourself accordingly. Devote yourself henceforth to us alone.
As you command.
Ha ha! Wonderful! Welcome aboard, Grand General Maxime.
Yeah, that's the voice of a rich person. Sure hope there's autosaves with all this loading.
Hey, I saw that. There's a new one there.
You're quite studious. How splendid.
Shut up.
RB. 2, 3. Wonder if they're gonna pull like an Assassin's Creed. You're gonna have to play as the guy like reading the books at some point.
Oh.
She's gonna fall ill. You're gonna have to go pick up medicine for her or some bullshit.
Our Ragnite supply is going to take a hit if Ipseria falls under a Judish banner.
Well, it's not like Ipseria is our only source of Ragnite.
That's true, but then again.
What's happening in Ipseria?
Amazing. What a cutscene. Bravo. Oh, okay. Urban area.
Jutland. Excuse me. Where is that Ragnite going?
I've heard it's headed to Jutland. Who are you, by the way? Looking for work in the mines?
No.
If you're interested, I can put in a good word for you. They don't call it the Lands of Plenty for nothing. Why, it's thanks to Jutland that Ipseria is back on its feet.
Thank you for your time.
Fuck you then. Sometimes the blackout screens are longer than the scenes.
Yeah.
Ugh. Mm. There we go.
I wonder if there's even an order to all of this.
Well, I mean,
That
either way,
Jutish envoy's speech to Ipseria was an outrage. I know a challenge to the superpower's authority when I hear one.
It wasn't just me then. If we do not make a move soon, they may come for one of our territories next.
And yet our Ruzi representative has yet to show his face.
So it seems, even after calling us here in the small hours.
He told us to meet at once, but I can't help but wonder if the Emperor intends to sleep through this catastrophe.
Who's you talking shit?
Your Majesty.
Thank you for waiting.
We understand you're a busy man. I trust you've heard about Jutland's speech and...
Of course, we have heard.
They may as well have declared war against all of Europa. This embargo was initially your Majesty's idea, was it not? You said Jutland was not worth any military expenditures because they'd give up and fall in line after just 1 year. But the result? Like a beast at bay, Jutland bore its fangs.
Franken society calls it the trading band's just desserts. Ipseria is the price of having one's cake and eating it.
Of course, Franklin would
This is the
be
very
thinking about
reason
desserts.
Poitson stayed out of the blockade.
Even so, you can hardly pretend this isn't your problem too.
Precisely. Your nation doesn't want to make enemies of us.
What was that?
Gentlemen, this is no time to be quibbling over trifles.
These guys.
At any rate, I think we all wish to hear from your Majesty. I shan't mince words. How could you underestimate Jutland?
I could ask the same of you.
I won't deny it. Regardless, had we shown discretion after the Mulder incident, the outcome today may have been different, don't you agree?
How rude. This war is already proceeding according to our design.
And what would that be exactly?
We needed a reason to strike Jutland when they did not bend to economic pressure.
Are you claiming this sordid affair is all of your devising?
No matter what Jutland says, the fact that they attacked us justifies our invasion. We will show them what happens when a small nation dares to defy an empire.
But winter fast approaches. Are you ready and able to fight?
The battlefront is further south. Weather conditions will be much milder, with barely any snow to hinder us. Our only concern is keeping the supply chain uninterrupted, but we have more than enough troops positioned to defend it. As the war drags on, the Jutes will tire. When they do, we use the opportunity to fortify our strength.
Leave everything to us.
It's a pretty recognizable voice, but I can't pinpoint it. Guy on the left. Yeah, winter's coming. It's always fucking coming. Every year it comes. Figure it wouldn't be surprising anymore.
Captain Gronkair! I brought my mother and grandmother. Gran wants to thank you personally.
For what?
For Ipseria, dear. Thank you ever so much. My little sister sends her gratitude too, I'm sure.
You're sure?
My aunt married into an Ipserian family, so
I see.
we're so grateful to you for liberating them. We've heard the living conditions there were getting worse and worse.
Well,
No,
it's not
grand's
all
gonna be like, "Are you
sunshine and
single?"
rainbows over
Yeah.
here.
Got a
either.
granddaughter.
But it feels like they've had it even rougher than us.
It's thanks to Vannergan Jutland won these battles, Mom.
Oh yes, quite right. We're oh so very thankful to you all.
That's yours, Captain?
Yeah,
And you take care of it yourself?
of course.
Hans's mom, huh?
She wanted to thank us for liberating Ipseria.
Yeah, we heard.
They must have been really happy, what with how much they were bowing to you. We're not fighting to be thanked, but it does feel pretty good.
What do you think, Captain?
It's appreciated, but I wish they wouldn't.
Yeah, that kind of. It's like every time you get thanked for your service, you kind of think the same thing. Like, man, that's really fucking annoying. But, yeah. Cool. Yeah, fix your hair twice.
Then allow me to
no,
continue.
just once.
The two victories transformed the mood in Jutland.
Where'd you get all these pictures from?
At the time, the people hailed Ophelia as the goddess of victory, or Jutland's
He's
savior.
actually a really good artist.
The morale of the people is important in war, and I hear her presence was a powerful unifying force to that end.
To see the truth behind the war, we must understand what Ophelia felt, how she changed outside her role as princess.
But, Professor, she never wrote a memoir, or left records that discussed anything of the sort.
The only one who knew was my great-great-grandmother. Still, Ophelia tried very hard to reciprocate her people's expectations at the start of the war.
Great-great-grandmother. So does that make that the lady in waiting?
Maybe.
Or maybe she is the daughter of the princess. With 3 times.
My beloved people, from the bottom of my heart, I feel that Jutland is undergoing a momentous awakening even now. As you all know, I stand at the front lines of battle. Many have claimed I ought to put politics before principles. Even my king father wished for me to stay my hand. I, however,
Stay your
cast off
hand,
such
Christopher.
aspersions to swear by the sword. This blade will not be sheathed. My hand shall never stay until I have cut down the source of our kingdom's suffering. The fight has only just begun.
Huzzah!
Everyone, I ask only that you believe in me as I
You would
do
think
you.
with how late I woke up, I wouldn't be
Let
so
me be the light
tired.
to shine through our country's night.
The capture card really took it out of me.
Jutland! Long live the princess!
Long live Ophelia!
You think this game has more cutscenes than Scarlet Nexus?
Yeah. Probably. High budget cutscenes? Probably not.
Oh man, Scarlet Nexus was a pretty game.
Oh, I was saying that Scarlet Nexus.
Oh,
would
this
have
game,
the-
yeah.
Dear shield maiden, spear in hand, please grant us the strength to stand. Watching over this fair kingdom, 'tis our
Was he? You trying to fucking get her to stop?
Times like this, you gotta think Fifi's blood really is blue.
The environment does shape who we are.
The royal family certainly has a unique way of seeing and thinking about the world.
But should she stay center stage, it's curtains for our crew.
How do you mean?
If anything were to happen to Princess Ophelia, the entire country, from cowherd to king, would be out for our blood. The anti-Valkyria squad's fate now hinges on Her Highness.
That reminds me, I heard an interesting rumor. Seems people think the princess has a special power. That it's the reason we're able to win against Ruse.
I hear they've been calling our unit the Princess Platoon. Were you aware of that, Captain? Whatever.
Call us whatever you like.
Don't be saying petty crap like that.
I agree.
I'm out of here. You hurt my feelings.
At first,
Leaving.
I could tell she was just speaking from the soul. But by the end, her head truly caught up with her heart.
Yes. Well, the princess is always keen on showing her empathy for the people of Jutland.
Why hold your applause now? 'Tis the war you've waited for.
And why did you applaud? You were against the war, were you not?
That ship is sailed. Now I must with utmost haste rebuild the bridges these battles have burnt. And so I clap for the princess's passion, even as I weep inwardly to see Her Highness bearing arms.
It seems His Majesty has accepted it.
Royalty does as royalty wills. Far be it from servants such as we to question the wishes of the crown. But mark my words, I shall employ every last ounce of my parliamentary prowess to put an end to this war.
Nobody claps that much.
No. Well, that doesn't sound good.
What did it say?
The Reaper song. We're already meeting her. It's chapter 2.
There's only 10 chapters. Not counting the last one until we see how big it is. I hope that there's a game in here. Like, it's still too early to say.
We'll advance our
like,
pieces further as the winter goes on.
it seems like all the
Empire will be
Valkyria
able to
games, it's
mobilize
like
less
they're
and less.
short, but they're long
Let's
at the same
proceed heading
time.
north at once. Our target is the Imperial colony of Avalon. We'll destroy the sectors of their Ragnite industry.
Let me get this straight. We cut off their Ragnite supply, then hit their weapon stockpiles.
These missions
Correct.
specifically
Avalon
have been
presently
very
functions as the
simplistic.
Empire's armory.
Yeah.
The majority of the citizens work in the industrial zone.
I guess that's
After
what you
the
do.
country was
You know
made
what
into a
happens whenever you
colony,
change the
Claudius
system.
built an infrastructure to give the people work and a place to live.
Giving the Emperor a pretty high approval rating, I hear.
But it's all a lie, isn't it? He completely cuts them off from the outside world and makes it sound like a utopia. There's no personality. Everything's been standardized. They've forgotten how to think for themselves. I've gone there several times for work, and to be blunt, the people all seem dead inside.
That'll change.
Yeah, didn't you
once
hear him
Jutland
cheer
wins.
earlier?
We're going to liberate them.
What confidence. Still, that's you to a T.
Has our boy Saul ever been sheepish?
Oh, I remember. At the orphanage.
So these are all kids
Poor
from the
Miss
orphanage.
Maria.
That's quite enough.
That's their connection.
Oh, someone's embarrassed.
Not at all.
Somehow
being
all
sheepish
fairly
right now?
intelligent in their own right.
Hey, get a room, you two.
Yikes. Is something on your mind, Amulet? You've been quiet this whole time.
Wondering when the Valkyria will show up.
That is a concern. The Empire hasn't deployed it yet.
Guess Jutland means that little to the Rucks. They think they can beat us without playing the ace up their sleeve.
The Empire must know about the anti-Valkyria squad. Maybe they're just being cautious.
It is
If I were the
interesting
Emperor,
playing
I wouldn't hesitate to use
a
it.
group that is
Once
basically
winter
on the
comes, their
offensive.
military
Though.
muscle will be
Yeah.
useless. But the snow won't stop the Valkyria.
I mean, we were
If it appears,
on the
will you
offensive,
be able to bring it
sort
down
of,
this time?
in 4. We were on the offensive, but constantly getting attacked.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's why we created this weapon, created the squad.
Very well. Let's begin then. To prepare for our operation on Avalon, we must first gather recent intel on the area.
So my turn then.
Yes. Please contact your informant.
Got it. But right now he's commanding the troops at the Tamir Road blockade. As it is, I don't know when he'll return to the Empire.
For an Imperial officer and a married man, that boy toy of yours sure won the mistress lottery. Why not pay him a little visit on the job, Vi? Be all like, "Oh my darling, I couldn't wait to see you," or something.
I am not that kind of woman. That goes for both me and my other persona.
Then we'll have to drive him back.
Let's try it. Tamir Road is one of the main paths that connect the Empire to Ipseria, but that blockade overextends the battlefront. They should withdraw if we inflict a sufficient amount of damage.
And if they stick around, they'll be surrounded and sieged.
That location has no value that's worth losing your lives over, unless the commander is exceptionally incompetent.
That won't be a problem. He's pretty amazing.
Oh, really? Well, he won't stand a chance against Am. You got this. Kick his ass as hard as you can without actually killing him.
Got it. We'll go to Tamir Road. I'll tell the others it's a scouting operation.
I'll hide in the Imperial capital and wait for my informant to return.
Be careful, Violet. Now that we're in a state of war, the importance of intel on Imperial territory will increase. By the same token, they'll be on alert, and security will be tighter than before. Plan accordingly beforehand. This
You
is
think
a
they'll
crucial
end up
moment
attacking
going
our
forward.
base here,
Our
our
collaboration
operations?
and exchange of
Kinda like
intel
Blade.
must remain
pull
a
a Blade.
secret more than ever.
Guess I better get to work too.
Another anonymous flyer?
I mean, there's not much here.
No, a letter.
Some
this
shitty
time
couches.
To the editor stating that
A typewriter.
liberation is coming.
Pictures of themselves.
Yeah.
At some point, this operation has to go badly. For story-wise, it has to. They're gonna try and strike us, take some land somewhere.
Ophelia met with her former instructor, whom she highly respected, my great-great-grandmother Charlotte Loudrup. There, Charlotte spoke about an incident that had occurred during Amlet's orphanage days.
Charlotte.
This is the only lead we found.
Right.
The orphanage that burned to the ground. So that's what happened to the captain before he was adopted. And yet, there's no record of it.
Perhaps there is more to this mystery.
There may be. Let's look into it.
Oh? But I thought there were no records.
None that are public.
Looks like a real nice place.
The
I
names
feel like
etched
most
here
of this game is
continue to
just
grow.
cutscenes at this point.
So His Imperial Majesty plans to carve the name of every soldier who is
Story
fallen,
games.
including the lower ranks. Mine too will be etched here if I die. I've sworn loyalty to the Emperor, but does my heart lie with Ruse?
Still better than all of Monkey Island.
Ipseria?
Placing Maxime in the seat of a Grand General.
Just watching a really long
Majesty
movie.
is acting unusual.
Nah, this has Claudius written all over it. And at least he's keeping things interesting.
Even if Maxime's useful, he isn't Ruzi. Our honor as the Grand Generals will only tarnish with his addition.
I get it. Feeling a little replaceable, are we, Victor?
Don't be absurd.
Aw, are you worried the Emperor likes Maxime more than you?
Gustav!
Well, all jokes aside, don't worry. His Majesty is only having fun with his new toy. That's just his way. It'll pass.
only thing that's getting me is loading screen. That's really the only thing breaking me from being interested in what's going on. Like, I like what all is happening, but I don't like having a loading screen every, 5 minutes or so. Yeah, I'm probably going to do some secondary missions to, like, play around with the other thing. This here. This could go. God damn it. Not you. I don't know why this old man is fucking sitting here all the time.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, you probably have your gloves now.
Yeah.
I can reopen my business.
Welcome. Come back soon.
I'll come back. I will come back. After I spend money on the upgrade.
Welcome.
It's freezing. Bring luck.
Come again.
Come on in. Look at the quality.
New items. Oh. Well, sorta. They'll all only have one.
Yeah.
So, probably
Come
not
back
worth it to
anytime.
buy regular things if it applies for everybody else. And accuracy 11. Damn it, door shut. That's all he thinks about these days. You're worse than,
Kai?
Yeah, I guess Kai.
Welcome.
Wasn't that blue girl,
Have a good one.
like, obsessed with bread too, though?
I don't remember.
Is something the matter?
I just remember Kai making a really big deal out of bread.
Yeah.
And then she met, Alicia.
Who the fuck is this?
Oh my. It's a little forcible, but this isn't too bad.
She always wearing those shoes?
What are you doing?
Tailing you? Not for any particular reason, though. I guess you could say it's a work habit. That aside, do you remember our agreement?
It's time to drink.
You said you'll come drink with me next time.
You were serious?
But of course. And we're going right now.
What?
The woman with the captain is from the intelligence division. Lieutenant Sand, I believe. What do you make of it, First Sergeant?
Why are you hiding
it
like
can
that?
only be one thing. You know what I mean. It's a scandal. We've got a scandal on our hands.
To have the attention of such a beautiful woman. The captain's a lucky man.
Anyway, we're going to follow them. Bloom, summon the rest of the unit.
Wow.
What? All of it?
Why?
We share the good and the bad with each other. That's how you strengthen the camaraderie within a unit. Naturally, that goes for the juicy bits too.
I mean, he's not wrong, technically, but,
Just can't let the guy get laid, huh?
be seeing you for a while. It'll be lonely. What is it? Something bothering you?
The Valkyria. I didn't stand a chance against that thing. It's a miracle I'm still alive.
Am.
I'm fine. Really, I am.
You're the only one who's encountered a Valkyria. The only one who knows how terrible its power is. Intelligence on it is extremely sparse. But the Valkyria is the Empire's most classified secret. The units from other countries that encountered one have mostly been annihilated. And any survivors have gone mad. I'm really glad you came back alive. Looking back now, we were pretty reckless then. Trying to assassinate Claudius, I mean.
I don't think it was a mistake at all. Other than that one time, he never leaves his palace.
True. He's been holed up in the capital ever since. He used to parade about or travel abroad. It's like he's become a different person ever since he acquired the Reaper.
The Valkyria will never get near him. Not while that thing's around. I have to take it out.
Still a human being, seduce it.
Yeah.
It's true.
You'll make it happen, Am. I'm depending on you, Captain. And of course, you guys too.
Yeah. Way to be nonchalant, crouching over there.
You were too obvious. I may not look like it, but I am an officer in military intelligence.
I've heard of your exploits, Lieutenant Sand.
A spy.
Yeah, you guys.
So cool.
The squad's the only one in the pub.
Bewitching beauty. If only a winsome woman like you were my superior, rather than some rustic male ragamuffin.
Thanks for the compliments.
What are you all doing?
Now, heroes of Jutland. The captain said he'll treat all of you today. Come on now, drink up.
Hooah! Free booze. Don't mind if I do.
If you're offering.
I'll just have one. Bottle, that is.
I won't be drinking. Honestly, what do you all think a standby order is?
How about it, Miss Violet? Let's abscond from this plebeian pub for some rest and relaxation at my mansion.
No booze for you, Bloom.
I know.
Wasn't a very exciting let's all drink thing.
No.
I told you I'm not going to drink.
Hamlet, I challenge you to a duel.
Isaac, you've had too much to drink. I'm not the captain.
I don't want to whine, but... Oh, wait. Yeah, I do.
Box wine.
And then they take the money from you?
I swear to God. They're not giving me enough money for them to be taking it like that.
There goes 60 of your KR.
That could have been like 6 cotton.
Oh, the old man's gone.
Good. Fuck out of here. There's a circle about.
Who knows where? Another one of the areas?
Maybe at headquarters. It's gotta be.
Oh, you got the bumbling bard.
Yeah, I'll look at
cemetery.
that shit later.
I assume the bumbling bard is the place that you just came from.
What's the matter? Well done.
How did I get shards?
We've got a new assignment.
No new free missions.
Exchange?
What's the
Or
matter?
is that only exchange?
That's only
Oh,
for
that's
shards.
shard.
Need something?
One way in,
It's
one
in the
way out.
DLC.
Well done.
I don't know those deals.
Yeah.
What? Angel legs. Invited me to what? Group chat?
20 days ago?
Are you trying to sell me shit? At least I don't have to fucking spend experience points on shit.
Yo, what do you want?
Dead right. Eight.
How about this?
And ammo. Seems each one of these gives different.
Thrusting blade.
See ya.
Why can't I change the thing in this? I think that's stupid. Should be able to change it.
What do you want?
Oh, there it is. Alright, so... Nope, not that. But... 3 shots. 3 shots.
Pretty good, yeah?
Is that all, as in all, or?
Pretty good, yeah? How about this?
I'm gonna go broke. Alright. And... Earth. Wind. Fire. So pretty much everything except for water. Alright, so what's all level 1s are garbage. Okay, got that. Shock, okay, I'll keep that.
Pretty good, yeah?
Oh, it just goes up. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, so Ash. Oh, shield. Okay, so that's what it means by shock only. Rank 7 spinning wind. Rank 4. Choose more water. Oh. Water. Fire. Tap. Water, fire, wind. Mostly wind. What is discharge? Right. You. What are you? Water. We're lacking on earth. But okay.
this. See ya.
All right. Where's this circle at?
How you doing?
Not in here. Cemetery? Don't see that guy around here either.
Captain Gronkair!
Okay. So, I guess the main area then? I don't know why they're trying to send people Xbox messages to fucking promote their OnlyFans and shit. Doesn't make any sense, but yeah, I guess if it works. Gotta work for somebody, right? Otherwise they wouldn't have done it.
How are you?
Ah, there's this.
Welcome.
A tractor.
Come again.
Yeah, I guess I could sell
Welcome.
the gold.
Come again.
Hey, Captain.
Whoa, cool!
Angly inside.
Thank you.
Mondo cool? Should I start saying that?
No way.
Yeah, okay. Talking about panting.
Curses.
Come on in.
Need a better pouch.
Come back anytime.
I mean, this game might be better off without priorities. Who knows?
What's the matter?
It's free mission, you can play around with it.
Op details are... That it...
Gonna get hair in your noodles.
Let's do this!
You know what? Let's just not have fireworks. See what happens. Except for... Just don't understand this. Why is this...
This should be
Intercept
easy.
the enemy!
Let's end this!
In the name of Jutland!
Alright.
It's like, I don't set them priorities and they'll use a little bit of everything, right?
I'll show you how a real man
Seems that way.
I don't want them to just not use anything.
Commander down!
Take it out of the way!
That all you got?
Oh, is that what the water means?
Won't go easy.
Panic?
Turn the tides!
Yeah. Slow.
Constant vigilance!
Yeah, for some reason you're panicked.
Alright. Commander
The
down!
tides are turning!
Only it did more damage.
Rest in peace.
Maybe later.
Alright, Commander down! Alright. Get lost! Who's next? Commander
This
down!
is a good position.
Leave it
Power
to
comes
me!
from within.
That's pretty far through grenade throw.
Who's next?
Taste my blade!
All right.
Yes, in the name of justice!
Onward! Wasn't that a fun lesson? Out of my way, rock.
Take this! Who's next?
Observe the enemy!
Take it all the way!
Farewell.
In the name of justice! Taste my blade!
That should do some damage. Mission complete.
I am one with the sword.
As expected.
I mean, he did use the
What's
one
the
guy
matter?
that I set stuff to. He did use seemingly everything.
Well done.
Except for alchemy, maybe.
We've got a new
Op details are as follows.
Capture both points.
That's all.
Alchemy was in there. Guns.
I like how it said capturing all the bases is hard. There's only 2 of them.
enemy at the gates! What?
What?
They've come already? We haven't recovered from our retreat from Ipseria yet. Can we hold out?
I don't know. Maybe.
We only need to drive the enemy force back, not engage them fully. Hold the line and do not pursue. Attack!
It's not crawling anymore.
Let's do this!
I won't go easy.
In the name of Jutland! The tides are turning!
Commander
Begin the lesson.
All right. blue
You
rocks.
are not alone.
Oh,
No
that's too
match
slow.
for us.
Open fire!
Let's end this! All right.
Let's get it on!
Who's next? All right.
Farewell.
I'm determined to win.
All right. Get lost. All right.
Take it out of the way!
In the name of Jutland.
Don't look away.
There's one.
Are you alright?
Not seeing any chests. Oh, there's this big force here.
Who's next? Take this. Command. That all you got?
The
All
tides
right.
are turning.
Oh, there's a chest. All detected. Detected by who? This guy?
I won't go easy.
You guys got it.
Farewell.
All right.
Kinda wanna fight all these guys.
Get lost. Commander down.
Water, turn the tide.
All right.
Let's take him out! Come on, don't be so serious.
Super free.
Who's next?
Sever.
Who's next?
Come on, don't be so serious.
Who's next?
In the name of Jutland. It's the pressure. Terribly sorry.
Who's next? That all you got? Push through!
I I got a map?
Just the top right one. Seems.
It's not a very good map.
There is no other way.
Minus. Who's next? Push through.
Let me out!
Let's keep up the pressure.
Damn it! You're not well. I guess that's that. You're so weak.
That one had so much more time.
Leave it to me.
All right.
Not anymore.
I wonder if rolling's faster than walking.
Seems they don't know their place.
Get ready!
Yeah, a little bit.
Minus.
Let's get this! This isn't good.
I know it isn't combat.
Sorry.
Who's next?
Let's get it
Retreat!
on.
Won't go easy.
Watch this! All right.
Retreat!
Mission complete.
I am one with the sword.
As expected.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Getting Blade 4. Well, that was fun.
At this rate, we'll be wiped out. We need to retreat.
We have no choice. Fall back!
Not so fast.
Hold back. My orders were to not pursue.
Yeah, but
We're going to allow our foe to flee before our very eyes? Dear, dear, the mind of a commoner is incomprehensible.
Shut up, Baldo.
The mission's over. Return to base.
Please, wait, Amlet. You've explained so little to us. Even if you are a skilled captain, this is going too far.
Not murder everyone? You figured she would be like, oh yeah, good.
With this, the Imperial army at Ipseria's borders withdrew completely, and just as the traitors had planned, the lieutenant colonel was called back to the capital.
For execution.
I wonder if that's the guy that one chick is talking to. She said that what was it? Dude was out here. That's whenever we got this mission idea.
Yeah, we beat him up, but we don't kill him. I forget the reason. The Officers Club.
Going forward, let's discuss Violet the Traitor and her other persona.
Good evening, Mr. Leonid.
Margaretha. What a pleasant surprise. Why, I was just thinking of
Her favorite drink is margaritas.
Of me? Oh, I'm flattered. Even if it was just a lie.
It's not. I wanted to see you, especially tonight. To think I still had some luck with me. It really is astonishing.
Margaretha?
I suppose you can't help but be surprised. This aspect of her isn't touched upon in the history books. Margaretha was one of the names she used.
Violet the Traitor had many relationships with Imperial officers for her reconnaissance. It's written she would steal information and kill them to destroy the evidence. That said, I think they went overboard by calling her an unprecedented femme fatale.
Yes. For her honor, I will tell you this. She never killed any of the officers. In fact, she was too kind for a spy.
Yeah, she sucked him off.
Yeah. Give me your secrets. I'll suck them out of you.
Violet would send
Sucked
her
them so hard that they wish they were dead.
that only the traitors could understand. The recipient
Like
of
some
those
of those
letters was Hamlet,
succubuses
who was also in the military.
animes.
Jackpot. There's gonna be a Grand General posted there.
It appears that Avaloon has become a location with more significance to us than Jutland.
Question is, which one?
So there are things even Violet can uncover. Regardless, it's good news. I anticipate it'll be Admiral Gustav.
Gustav's sharp.
Yeah, we
The
went
Empire's
like 20
best
seconds into
tactician.
this cutscene, and that
He knows
guy
how to
hasn't
handle a
mentioned anything
weapon,
about balls
and is
yet.
rumored to
Yeah,
be
I
the
know,
most
it's pretty
skilled of the
disappointing.
Grand Generals. If Ruse is bolstering its defenses for winter, they might rely on Gustav.
Could be the big Galouche, though.
We'll find out when we get there.
Please do. That said, what worries me is when precisely a Grand General will be deployed to Avaloon.
Yeah, because it's smack dab in the middle of our prep time. Almost like they already know Jutland's invading Avaloon.
You think we've sprung a leak?
It's always a possibility. We are in a time of war now. The military, parliament, business world, even those in town are suspect. The only people we can trust is us five.
Doesn't matter who comes. We're taking Avaloon. We'll get to the Emperor one step at a time if that's what it takes.
One chapter at a time. Oh. What do you know? Not a 45-minute cutscene. What do you know?
Come on in.
Look at the quality.
Who needs to be concealed?
Well, there's some missions I know that will be
Stealth?
Stealth.
Come back anytime.
So, you know, not that I'm really counting on a 7% fucking advantage there.
Welcome.
300 a pop, huh? Essentially like buying experience.
Come again.
Yo.
Hey ya!
What do you want?
I feel like some of this is based off of like what color you put into it.
I could.
With rank as well.
Brown blade. Spinning blade. So why can't I scout on one?
Oh.
Okay. So it's trash.
How about this?
That'd be good. Oh wait, no. Been holding on to wind. I'll be coming in here with all that fucking noise. The fuck?
I think it's in the kitchen. Roomba's getting louder.
Pretty good, yeah? Pretty good, yeah?
You guys have no idea. It sounds like a fucking jet engine just came into the door. God damn. Oh my god. I hate that fucking Roomba. Out of here.
I think the filter fell out of it. Or your wife might have been cleaning it or something? I have no idea. But I think that's why it's so loud.
Well, it needs to go on somewhere.
See ya.
Oh my god. It's like a fuck. I'm sure the neighbors could hear it.
Captain?
Well, it's coming back.
What is it?
I want to trust you.
What are you talking about? If you have a complaint about my command decisions, I'm all ears.
I think you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
I see. Let's discuss this another time. The princess trusts you.
How dare she?
What's the matter?
A lot of turn then.
Well done. Well done.
An ace.
Well done.
There's aces.
And they give you shards.
What?
Route all aces.
There's only one. I must find him.
Up details are
Challenge him to a duel.
Yeah, that's a lot of map to explore there. Oh.
That is a...
I'm sure we'll find him.
Well, seems like everyone's caught up to your level.
So ever wonder why they decide to just do this during this time? And like pretty much only this time?
I found them!
Aces?
Enemy reinforcements
Oh, they shooting!
I won't go easy. You should have studied us.
Don't be so serious.
We guys shooting at each other?
Who's next?
No!
Wasn't that a fun lesson?
Okay.
I won't go easy.
In the name of Jutland!
Commander down!
Turn the tides! 'Twas a worthy...
Snake skin. Skin of a snake.
But where is Ace?
No match for us.
Intercept the enemy! Damn shoots! Reinforcements!
Minus.
Let's end this!
Who's next?
This is a good position.
All right.
Let's begin
Commander
the lesson.
That all you got? All right. Commander down. Who's next?
The tides are turning! In the name of Jutland! Keep up the pressure! 'Twas a worthy foe.
All right.
Taste my blade!
He's hiding back here.
Ah. Yeah, there's a tank in there. But... roll to win.
Eating up my time.
Surely the ace can't be too far from, you know, main objective.
I found them! Think you could take me? Let's end this!
Who's next?
As your enemy rolls to get behind you and kill you.
Get lost!
Who's next?
Take it all the way!
I feel like he's gonna miss.
Maybe he'll walk to, oh, he's not even trying to fucking...
Burn them all!
Who's next?
Maybe now.
Farewell. This is
Who's next? you got?
You're no match for us.
Their numbers are rising.
No?
All right.
Oh, that's
Power
so
comes
good.
from within. Sever!
Take this! Who's next?
Guess we can try again, right? It's a free mission.
Oh,
Unless you want to see if you can find them. Because we don't have a big map. Just got a little mini map.
What's the matter?
Well done.
Wonderful.
Claim interim government.
Op details are as follows. That is all.
Uh-oh. Never mind. On. So yeah, I guess we gotta know where they are right at the start.
Let's do this.
Tis the enemy.
All right. Commander down. All right.
that won't go easy.
Who's
Farewell.
next?
Sever! In the name of Jutland!
Commander down.
Don't be so
All right.
serious.
From within. Sever!
That wasn't satisfying at all.
All right. Commander down. Get lost! Commander down!
The tides are turning.
Who's next? Let's end this! Mission complete. As expected.
The fortification. Okay. Not blowing somebody. Fornication. Is there not a list?
Nah.
Sure, there's a 6-hour YouTube video.
Well done.
Seems like
We've got a new
from
assignment.
what they're saying though, There's a ton of them. So
Op details are
I
as
don't-
follows.
I don't
think it's
know.
that important.
And the other thing that I got was that
That's
all of them seem to either be in red tanks or are red outfitted. I think the capped person, Blum, isn't in the party.
Okay. What I want him to party.
Oh.
At this point, I'm not even sure if it matters who the fuck's in the party. We're all like level 10 and these missions are like level 3. Everything dies in like one hit.
November 30th. The operation to target the Ragnite industrial zones in Avaloon began.
It's said that the Jutland army, along with the Ipserian militia, stressed the fact they were the Liberation Army. That their main objective of that conflict was to free the workers of Avaloon. And that the benefit to Jutland was a secondary.
And because of that fact, the morale of the Jutland army had increased with righteous indignation. Needless to say, the support and expectations of a fervent public pushed them forward even more.
Oh, it's about tuna time. Oh yeah, this place looks lovely.
We've engaged the enemy's main forces at the defense line. As your excellency has planned, we will lure them to the designated area, then ambush them with crossfire.
Right, well, tell them not to screw it up. Tell them if they live until nightfall, they get a nice surprise.
Yes, sir!
Well then, I guess it was worth coming all the way here.
Well, let's get to work.
So, once we liberate Avaloon, their Ragnite goods will be able to reach Jutland too, right?
They mostly make munitions, but I suppose it could be retrofitted to supply civilian goods.
We'll finally be able to get more medicine. That's one of Parliament's highest priorities.
It'll be fine. Let's believe in our country's freedom and justice.
Did something happen, Godot?
It's nothing. Or rather, nothing that will interfere with the mission.
I see.
Please, Princess, focus on the task at hand. You must live up to your responsibilities on the battlefield.
Just so.
Time to split up into smaller teams. Move out.
They gonna control themselves?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's get down to it.
That's his potential?
Hostile sighted.
Intercept the enemy!
Being smashed?
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Yep, let's go!
Stay focused, you're gonna die.
His short range is atrocious.
Try this on for size. See ya.
I'll show you how to fight. I won't go easy. This is a good position.
I'm not drunk. Not like
Let's go!
Firing a gun feels amazing. Farewell.
Ding ding! Need more training! Now or never!
Wasn't that a fun lesson?
Watch out! It's hot!
Out of my way, Brock.
swear I'm not drunk.
Yeah.
All right. Be mindful. Let's end this! All right.
Our foe approaches!
Let's end this! Not a chance! Who's next? This is You're no match for me.
Onward to victory!
Who's next? Day is ours!
They've got that.
Next!
Reinforcement.
What? Where? Over there. Yeah, you guys are real dumb.
Get lost! Let's end this! Commander
Their
down!
numbers are rising.
Keep an eye on them. Get lost! Let's end this! Who's next?
Their numbers are
Commander
rising.
down!
What is this? Just to kill everyone?
Yeah, we're the distraction.
All right.
Let us dance!
All right. Day is ours!
In the name of Jutland!
Now's my chance.
Prepare yourself. Take this!
Throw the grenade in.
Not a chance! Avoid the opponent.
Took 'em a minute.
Out of my way!
Taste my blade! Taste my blade!
Stop running!
All right.
Nice.
Ready or not, give me all you got!
Bomb the town.
Swear I'm not drunk.
I swear to you that I'm not bombing.
This should be easy.
Oh.
What's twi?
Yeah, I figured that they wouldn't even have a climbing animation like they did in the last games. You just zip to the top.
Yeah, well, that was based on turns.
I'm not drunk.
Now they gotta waste your time.
Open fire!
This'll be easy.
Well,
Let's do this!
Didn't have what it takes.
And she's got range. Her last hit doesn't, you know, move forward like main character.
Yep, let's go. This'll be easy. Need more training.
Let's do this! I swear I'm not drunk.
There's hardly anyone here. Oh.
Didn't have what Charge! Need more training.
Get out of here!
Observe the enemy.
This will be a good warm-up.
See how tough I am? Yep, let's go. Dodge this. See how tough I am?
Morale boost. Or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Oh.
There goes the whole more bark.
What is she doing? She's crazy!
Get out of here!
Shit.
See ya!
Oof.
Well, you know, standing next to barrels. Big dummies.
And this is why I never stand next to red barrels in real life.
Group of guys. Hmm. Ooh. Ooh.
Fine. Ready for round two. Now it's up.
That's a good one.
It's almost time. Withdraw.
Oh.
It's
You.
You.
Oh.
You son of
This
a
guy?
bitch.
The knife guy?
I am Maxime, Grand General of the Ruzi Empire.
Got dirt all over you.
A Grand General? A lapdog for the Empire now. I thought you were the Prince of Ipseria.
Your point? Prepare to die.
Okay.
Stop your constant
Oh.
vigilance.
Oh, you on fire? You don't like that?
Off Jutland.
Honest. Keep an eye on him. Watch this! Please answer the truth. If it is truly you, shoot the shield. Ipseria is not our enemy. Who's next? Only the Ruzi Empire. That only blocks the lives of your mother and father. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, it seems they make the enemies like a regular level 3 to 4, but this guy's level 9.
On the search.
Hear me, Princess of Jutland. My name
You
is
ready?
Maxine.
What are you looking at?
Shameful.
I'll give it my all.
The man known as Blade. Body is full of his fear. See how you commit myself to the Ruzi Empires. We stand by the Imperial God's power.
Take this!
This is madness. Swearing loyalty to the empire that invaded your home? The
Out of my
emperor
way!
who killed your...
All right. Keep an eye on that. Push through.
Just a word of thanks. Would fall in due time. Only the strong survive.
I'll finish you. Let's break through. Stand back, princess. Who's next? I
Constant
see right
vigilance.
through you. There's no use reasoning. Keep an eye on what I can do.
Good job. I must stand strong.
On the search.
Keep an eye on them. Wipe them out.
Once more with feeling. Are you alright?
What are you looking at? You ready? What are you looking at? Keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on them.
On the search.
Your ears. Constant vigilance.
Keep an eye on what I can do.
In the name of
Back down.
incoming. I offer this prayer.
Oh, there is spread.
On the search.
Constant vigilance.
The sprinting holding down the roll button.
Yeah.
Out of my way. How about business? Keep an eye on them.
There's a rising.
Prepare yourself.
Turn the tides.
Keep an eye on what I can do. Who's next?
Oh, water. Turn the tides.
Who's next?
Oh, water. Turn the tides.
See right now.
It isn't over.
Keep an eye on it. It's over. Who's next?
On the search.
Oh no.
Shame.
Messed it up.
Taste my blade.
Out of my way.
To our point.
It's over.
Vigilance. You're hurt. Here we go. Incoming. Watch it.
Keep an eye on them.
On the search.
Keep an eye on them. Watch this.
Constant vigilance.
No escape.
You're pretty low.
Are you alright? I'll rock your world. Constant vigilance.
Reinforcements.
I'll rock your world.
Take this.
I'll rock your world.
Push through. No escape.
Incoming. Watch it.
No escape.
On the search.
No escape. No
Constant
escape.
vigilance.
Watch this.
I'll rock your world.
I'll give it my all.
Taste my blade.
I think it's because he's dodging. Go for the headshot.
No escape!
Does lightly more damage.
I will not lose.
Mission complete.
Oh, nice.
I haven't hit my prime yet, you know.
A lot of wind. Just keep getting wind and stuff.
You failed, you big loser.
The bombing's about to begin. If we stay any longer...
What are you doing? Get away from there!
Hurry!
And they had permanent burn scars.
Ophelia!
Oh no, Phoebe! Is she dead?
She's
No.
just unconscious.
Doubtful.
Yeah.
This place might go up any second. We need to get out of here.
Your Excellency, are you alright? We must fall back. But first, rescue any survivors. Those who can move. Follow me! Yes, sir!
Follow me slowly.
He ordered that man to go and like rescue survivors. And he stood there, walking with him. Genius.
He told him, he was like, follow me though. Like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna walk over there.
Rip. She ain't dead.
Brunhild, we have new orders for you.
Do not be arrogant, mortal. I shall not permit a human to wield my power as they wish. The laws of nature do not allow it.
Yeah, I bet she'd never sink in water.
Yeah.
You dare to defy us. We are your kind. Without us, you cannot even exist in this world.
I shall comply. For that is my atonement.
What is this, the Fate series now?
The mission was a success, Captain. Oh, thank God.
I fainted?
Yappers! But hey, the mission went super duper! Kaboom!
Yappers.
Are you okay, Your Highness?
I'm alright. My apologies for having worried everyone.
Yeah.
Once again, I proved to be completely useless.
Well, well. If it isn't little Hans.
Who now?
Pig.
Please don't call me little. I'm already a grown-up man.
No one says.
Hansi.
Yes?
Didn't you know, for a boy to become a man, he must first have a coming of age by parting the veil of a goddess's... Ow!
Don't teach Hans stupid things like that. You try that again, I'll shoot you.
Yes, Miss Bridget.
Huh?
Hans.
Oh, right. Sorry. And by the way, congratulations, Captain.
Update.
Well, sir, the enemy's attacks have been intensifying.
We've met with some difficulties.
New reports indicate that these Ruzi forces are under the direct command of a high-ranking admiral. We had no prior intel on this, so the brass is scrambling to get on top of the situation.
Their admiral.
Oh.
We're going to assist the main army. We'll dismantle their primary mono weaponry, then attack the Admiral. Hans, relay our plan. When we flank them, that's the time to retreat and recover.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
You sure you're up for this?
Yes. I shan't disgrace myself in front of the others again.
Noit again.
With the arrival of the anti-Valkyria squad, the Ruzi army was thrown into a moment of disarray. In that time, the Jutland army retreated, recovered their formation, and were able to maintain the battlefront. Amlet's unit resupplied with the main group and rested at a frontline encampment before deploying into battle. By then, the Avaloon battlefield was shrouded in the darkness of night.
Oh. The darkness.
What's the matter?
That's literally it. Just supplies or HQ. That's your two choices. Not once have I used an item.
Captain Gronkair!
This'll be tough, even for us.
Huh?
Our so-called captain doesn't seriously expect us to charge forth like common foot soldiers, right? Right?
If he does, I'm going to doubt his sanity.
Gustav must be in that tower. I'll get there no matter what it takes. And have my revenge.
Time to wrap things up. Only we can do this. It's no different than any other mission. Everyone, charge!
Oh.
No questions.
All right. Let's do this! Tango sighted.
Ah!
Let's end this! All right.
Chest.
I don't know if I'm not detected.
Keep it together. Push through. All right. Let's end this. All right.
Oh, I'm gonna sprinkle that in the guard's drinks.
All right. That all you got? All right.
Huh.
They're tough.
Oh, I'm gonna be fighting a Metal Gear by myself.
Wow, you came alone. Fancy that.
Yeah, you should be alone
did
too.
Did you come to meet a Grand General, or did you get lost on your way to the Privy?
Gustav!
Catch me if you can.
Out of my way!
Kill him in cutscene? Oh.
Looks like the mission's complete. Right. I guess it all worked out.
Egads, to make me act with reckless abandon, the nerve of that puffed-up Prince of Paupers. Why,
Huh? Where's the captain?
Oh.
Well, indeed.
He's not here. I wonder if we got separated somewhere.
He didn't follow you guys at all.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned. Looks like your little princess platoon lives up to the hype after all. Vannergund, was it? We owe you a lot these days. You've certainly got our intelligence division whipped up into a frenzy. Even so, we're still missing a few minor details. Oh?
Is this the call of the Valkyrie?
Well then, I'll leave the dirty work to her.
Oof.
Get back here!
Just shoot him. You have a gun. It's right there. Right in the back.
Valkyria.
Yeah, it's a soft song because it's going to be a terrible fight.
Or are they gonna Dark Souls it? They're gonna make the song real loud.
It's eerily quiet. There's no one here. Is it over?
Why are you guys green?
Something's not right.
Agreed. This doesn't feel right.
Huh?
Is that singing?
What the?
Making you wet. Killing you. Heart attacks.
What's... It hurts. This is alchemy. No, magic?
Who's singing?
Put some earplugs in. Oh, she's a Valkyria.
I can hear it.
Got it.
Princess!
Why isn't he hurt?
Phoebe! What now?
Good thing we got so many sticks. Hold yourselves up on. Cheap ass.
I'm not like before. This time, I can still fight!
Hold out till reinforcements get here. Oh my god, what the fuck is this?
They have an orb that floats around them to tell you which element they're on?
We only got two. 1, 2. Oh.
Oh.
So wind is weak against fire?
I think it scales right. Fire to water, water to wind.
No,
wind
water
to
is not weak.
Valkyria.
Or left.
Destruction is salvation.
Alright, we'll see. I already can't do anything about this.
Form up! With this sword, I can stand against you. This ends here. I've got you.
Oh.
It won't be like last time.
Death is not a punishment. Why don't you understand?
Well, she was easier than that guy.
It's gonna be a
scripted loss.
Well, I assume that the other two will come in, and then the real fight will start. That's the first thing she's gonna do is fire, and there's nothing I can do.
I can't beat it. I'm going to die here. I'm sorry, everyone.
Amlet!
The singing. It's coming from that thing?
So that is the Valkyria.
That's it? So they are Reapers, at least in appearance.
You need to get out of here.
Just her.
We're not ready to face this thing yet.
Huh?
What did you say?
I'll keep it busy. Go!
But, Captain...
Do you have a death wish, Captain?
The only one allowed to defeat you is me. I cannot abide you dying before our duel.
This isn't like you, Captain.
I'm having doubts about your judgment. I can't obey that command.
We'll make our own decisions.
Our squad was formed to counter it, wasn't it? There's only one thing to do.
Vannergand, form up!
Now let me pick my
Target the
people.
Valkyria.
You're just gonna
This is
give
what we
me
trained for.
Random people.
Let's fight, Amlet.
Aw, guys. Shouldn't have. Come to kill yourselves with me.
Yeah, that's pretty much the team.
Keep an eye on the enemy's movements. Don't stay there.
I will abide by the contract.
Captain, trying to take on a Valkyria by yourself.
The whole film?
Playing to your heart's content later, if we live through this.
I can't go full
Constant
strength.
vigilance.
Destruction
Must be
is
because of
salvation.
I will
Constant vigilance.
What the hell is it?
It's not unlike a
This
monster.
power.
This happens sometimes, though.
Something's coming.
That's on steals your soul. No wonder they call this thing the Reaper.
Hopefully this just comes back on. No. Alright. Try this then. Oh. Hold on. The voice meter does this. There we go. It was voice meter. Also, I did not know that we were playing on Capture. Of course, I guess it doesn't matter, huh? Okay, so if
I will abide by the contract.
Begin the lesson.
Turn the tides.
I don't know. No.
Taste that wolf. Constant vigilance.
Watch this!
Let's begin the lesson.
I guess bring up a chart to see if we can remember.
Burn them all!
I will abide by the contract.
God damn!
That all you got? That all you
This
got?
power is beyond mortal.
Plus wind.
That all you got?
Can't lose to the
All
Atlantis.
right, let's
Constant
do it.
vigilance. I offer this prayer. Constant vigilance.
Feel the cold embrace.
Oh, you want? Watch it!
Hey, keep it together.
I owe you one. I'll show you.
This power is beyond mortal.
Number 3. Come on now.
I offer this prayer.
I'll show you how to fight.
You okay?
Oh, smoke.
On the search.
This is fire weak. So there's nothing on.
Surrender yourself to my song. Destruction is done.
Too late.
This power is beyond me.
What does it say? Ugh.
Not done
Run! Destruction is salvation.
Constant sighted. Priorities prayer. Constant vigilance.
I'm not retreating. Don't let the rest of
I will
us.
abide by the rules.
Let's do this.
Destruction is salvation.
Who's next? Not good.
All right.
Is loose to the Empire.
Start spamming fucking moves left and right.
Come on now. I can still fight, right?
Be gone. Be gone.
This power is beyond me.
Come on now.
Constant vigilance.
Something's coming.
This is just fucking rains hell. That's cool.
All right. Let's end this.
I mean,
Come on now.
point items.
I owe you one.
You okay?
This power is beyond
Come on
me.
now.
Thanks. Something's coming.
It's these fucking AoEs, dude. Like,
This power.
Can you help your sister out?
Come on now.
I owe you.
Eat this.
Constant
she's still fired. It doesn't seem to actually do.
Get it on.
That all you got? That all you got?
Does weak mean it's weak against that?
I will abide by the contract.
That all you got? Let's end this. That all you got? That all you got? That all you got? That all you got?
I won't go easy.
Watch this. That all you got? Who's next?
Fuck you.
Mission complete.
Oh, that was rough.
Hoorah!
As expected.
Hoorah!
As expected.
Burn tornado for 11. Oof. Gonna knock her hat off? No. She beat us.
Working?
Knock her head off. No. Oh, there she is. There's those things. It looks one to one like Solaria. That's a big scythe. It just got bigger. Why? Is she hurt?
Hamlet!
Because that doesn't make sense. All their stupid faces. I mean, it looks like Sylvaria, but those tits are like way bigger.
Hamlet,
They're fucking huge, dude.
please snap out of it. Hamlet!
She keeps those orbs in there.
This is pretty bad.
Fucking rack of snacks.
It hurt so much.
It's like the bag of holding in between those things.
Princess!
That voice. The song. It echoes through my mind.
Nah. I mean, not her mouth. Tits.
Ophelia. How are you?
Perhaps I can protect us. I can save everyone if I sing.
Sing?
I've sung this tune, these words for as long as I remember. A prayer for my people's safety and
Black hole boot.
for my kingdom's prosperity. Even now.
Yeah, her Cosmos attack would be a lot different. Like, you know, just you know, the nipples in there, stretch out, vacuum, like fucking Luigi's Mansion.
It can't be. This song is Aslog's.
She doesn't sound like Sylvaria. Jiggle physics. Smokey's already 45 minutes behind the stream.
Dear shield maiden, spear in hand, please grant us the strength to stand.
Phoebe's magic music, it
Drowned out the dirge of death?
Hey, what's going on?
Ophelia.
Alack and alas,
Yeah,
that
she had a
villainous
fucking-
vixen beat a retreat.
We narrowly escaped death.
Fucking Goku up on out of there.
Oh my gosh, Phoebe!
Yeah,
She's unconscious.
they don't know, but it takes a lot of energy to turn blue.
Captain, what did the princess just do?
A Galder. She used a Galder.
Galder?
What's that?
Was
I don't know
that?
much in detail.
Of course.
It's
she
the
has
1850s, everybody.
Still, that was pretty amazing.
What's that?
It must be nice to be you. Your optimism knows no bounds. I'm a little uneasy about that. It's an unfamiliar power.
It scared me how strong it was.
You notice the most powerful Valkyrias had the biggest hits.
Now we have a means to fight back.
There's
against the
there must be
Reaper's
some
song.
kind of
We need to learn
relation
more
in
about this
there.
burden
It
the princess bears.
stores power. Power generators, if you will.
It's morning.
We've been fighting all night.
She didn't get smacked around. She defended against it, but
I can't use my power anymore. We'll fight one on one. And then she used like a Gatling.
yeah, she didn't need the power. She has special orbs now.
Would you look at that? To think they'd beat the Reaper. Glad I got to enjoy the show, albeit from the cheap seats. But the Princess Platoon really stole the spotlight. What a strange power that girl has.
Your Excellency, shall we call back the retreating units?
No need. We already lost this battle. As for the war, Jutland's army is the least of our concerns. To bring down Vanargand, we'll need to start planning ahead. Looks like things are finally getting interesting.
Emergency marinade in there. Drink from the milk of the Valkyria.
Lure the Jutland army into an industrial area with no escape, then have the Valkyria inflict a devastating blow. That was Emperor Claudius's intent, but it was halted by the activities of the Vanargand.
It's hard to eat, like get up and go anywhere in these games because it just story.
Meanwhile, Lindegard takes action in Jutland after Avalon was taken. He claimed that the Empire's use of a Valkyria was a sign of a larger attack and appealed to the king for a ceasefire. However, Solomon the traitor opposed that by focusing on the results that were gained from the Avalon battle.
Yeah, you guys made a squad specifically to take a Valkyrie out. They defeat the Valkyrie and you're like, I don't know, maybe we should give up.
The casualties accrued were well within expected contingencies.
How can you say such a thing?
Your Majesty, this is how I perceive it. The deployment of a Valkyria proves that the Empire acknowledges us as a threat. This is a monumental achievement. The Empire had no intention of negotiating a ceasefire in the first place. That is why they used the Valkyria. Thankfully, our army has the anti-Valkyria squad, and they have proved to us that a Valkyria is nothing to fear. That is why we should set up an environment in which we can arrange a treaty to our benefit. If we think of the people's suffering and anguish, it's obvious what we must do.
Brushing his hair. Looks at himself in the mirror. That's how he gets him pumped up.
Taking a shit.
You think like that's what he does out of frustration all the time?
I heard a
like
song.
he's buttering some bread, falls on the floor.
It had a feel of nostalgia. To think it would come from a mere mortal.
Oh, your countenance betrays something akin to emotion. Almost as if you were human. According to Gustav, the girl's voice overpowered your own. Leave the little songbird to me. Mark me, you and I share life itself. Your enemies are mine.
It's like
Yeah.
Have you finished licking your wounds?
Yes, sire.
Our hunter has fallen again to the fangs of the wolf.
I have brought shame to your empire.
No matter. To err is human, to forgive divine. Maxime, we shall grant you opportunity to redeem yourself.
I am grateful, your majesty.
You know of the Princess Ophelia, no?
Indeed. I have crossed blades with her several times in the battlefield.
To hear tell of the recent battle, she too can sing a Galder.
A Galder?
This new magic is said to rival even that of the Valkyria. Who knew such a rose could blossom amidst the jutish weeds?
The princess wields it.
Of course. Her powers pale in comparison to the Reapers, but a thorn in our side cannot be ignored. Therefore, we wish for you to assassinate the Princess Ophelia.
Assassinate?
Correct. Any threat to our reign must be nipped in the bud. Our predecessors learned that piece of wisdom far too late.
I cannot comply.
What? Ooh.
Assassination is not the way for a king to fight. Your Majesty has always boldly gone to battle to take what you desire. That is your Imperial Majesty's path of power.
Oh, you dare to lecture us on the way of kings?
Us?
No, that was not my...
You are mistaken. Nothing matters but that which leads us on the road to rule. We would become a monster, or a demon to take another step. You were ordained a Grand General because we deemed you fit to follow in our footsteps. Was our confidence misplaced? Maxime, this is not a request.
What's going on
but
back
an
in the
Imperial
background? There a bunch of
command.
bugs crawling around on the ground?
Assassinate the Princess Ophelia.
I cannot.
Did you not come to learn, to drink from our well of wisdom?
Allow me to fulfill that duty.
Huh?
Victor.
I think it's just gold shimmering.
Is that acceptable, Maxime?
We will abide. Victor, you are hereby appointed to the task.
As you command.
Back out of the book. Chapter 3.
You're quite studious. How splendid.
It's food time.
It's been so long. I've heard all about your exploits.
I have yet to do anything of note, Professor.
What can I do for you? You didn't come simply to visit your alma mater, did you?
Nay. Do you remember Amlet Gronkair?
Yes, I remember him. A fine student, always competing with you for the top spot.
Just so. He is now the captain of the Anti-Valkyria squad.
So I've heard, yes. Did you have something to ask about him?
No need to fret, just say how you feel.
Truth be told, Professor, we are investigating Amlet. The officer he executed was named Balthus Greppenberg. He seemed to know the man, as if they shared some history. Amlet's foster parents have passed away already, as Godot can avow. What concerns me is that no records of him exist before being adopted by the Gronkairs. Had you heard anything from his adoptive family or anyone? The lack of any documentation at all is rather vexing.
What would you do with that information? Or is this just curiosity as a fellow student?
There is that. Although we were classmates, I know little or less about him. The Amlet I thought I knew was always calm. A respectable soldier who never lost his temper on the battlefield. But in that moment, he was different. I had never seen him wear such an expression. 'Twas a sudden shock, indeed. I cannot even say for sure why I am so curious about this.
When you were my student, once you set your mind toward gaining knowledge, you sallied forth and never looked back. Even at school, you two were wonderful rivals. You always pushed each other to learn and grow.
It's a matter of the princess's safety. The last thing I need to worry over is a threat from within. I couldn't bear to face His Majesty were that to happen. Please, Professor, even the smallest detail could help.
His competitive nature and raw talent left an impression on me, yes. But he was never the type to talk about himself.
Indeed.
On the other hand, his foster father did confide something to me. A traumatic experience from before he was adopted.
At his orphanage?
Yes. There was a fire there, or something of the sort.
Haven't you had enough to drink?
It's fine. It's not like anyone's waiting for me at home.
Oh, please. You have a wife, don't you?
I do, but she's a socialite. Every night she's at a party somewhere.
Ah, the extravagant type. There are definitely those kinds of women. Still, she must mean a lot to you, right?
No way. The only thing keeping us together is money.
Why not just drive her out?
Unfortunately, I married into her family.
That is quite a problem.
I should head home. I have an early start tomorrow.
Oh, is it that time already?
See you. Talking to you helps calm me down. Thanks.
I wish I had met you sooner, Leonid.
What? Who? Who's timeless? Got her great-grandmother. What do you expect?
Same clothes.
You have to know that they're related.
This is a true story.
The pendant?
You sure it's the exact same necklace, not some knockoff?
There's no way one of us would mistake it. There's only one in the world.
Why would the Valkyria be wearing Miss Maria's pendant?
No way! Is she already...
If they were going to kill her, they would have done it already with everyone else that day. But they took her.
Which is why we knew she was still alive.
I believe she is, even now. I'm uncertain about that pendant, however.
There's a lot about this last battle we don't understand, including a new Grand General with advanced augmentation. Not to mention a Valkyria with Miss Maria's pendant and the princess's
Vastly
newfound
overestimate the care.
You gonna report all that crazy shit?
No. The royal family said not to.
We just thought you were being quiet.
I suppose they don't want anyone thinking the princess is a Valkyria herself.
I didn't anticipate that a Valkyria would be deployed. You have my apologies.
It's my fault too. I didn't catch even a hint of it.
Did you miss
Means
all the
their
titties?
classified info's on lockdown. Not too shabby.
But we now know for certain. Unless we defeat the Valkyria, we can't carry our wishes to completion.
Ruse clearly means business. Expect to encounter the Valkyria again.
Lucky us. The more they show their hand, the more chances we get to beat them up.
Am's the one who's beating them up?
Hey, Vi. Don't forget about the alchemic weapons I developed. Of course, Sabanchi and company is gonna keep on upping the ante. So come on, let's all kick some Valkyrian ass together.
Yeah. Together.
I'll see what I can dig up on Valkyria lore. Might discover something new if we compare it to what we've seen firsthand.
We'll need to look into the princess's song, too.
It's called a Galder.
Care to share with the class, Sam?
Powerful magic that's channeled through singing. That's all I learned at the Institute. I don't remember the specifics, but I think it can somehow weaken a Valkyria.
I think I've read something about that before. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's definitely worth looking into.
If we press the advantage, it may become our trump card against the Valkyria.
Which means, Am, you'll need to properly protect the princess.
Guess the maiden of Jutland's our new VIP, huh? Hey, what's up?
I'm sorry. I let Gustav get away.
Oh, that? Ah, forget about it.
If the Empire's taking the war with Jutland in earnest, we can be sure the Grand Generals will be on the battlefield. We don't need to rush it, Amlet.
The Grand Generals. Didn't think they'd find a new one so fast.
Yeah, who the hell is this guy?
Laertes, the Prince of Ipseria.
Say what?
Ophelia said she was sure.
Ipseria's prince alive. What a scoop.
Even if he's the real deal, it doesn't change the fact that Ruse wiped out the rest of Ipseria's royal family. Which means the Emperor killed this guy's parents. So how the goddamn did he end up a Grand General?
The trust between the Emperor and his Grand Generals is stronger than blood. I'm sure there's a reason he was added.
Vi, could you look into him?
Yeah, I'll dig around.
Thanks.
Ipseria has calmed down under Jutland's rule. The existence of the prince may become a hindrance.
This is getting complicated.
Very. All the more reason to be careful.
Oh, you're awake. Miranda. You should lie down, milady. No, I am all right. Although my head is still a bit foggy. My brother told me what happened. I cannot remember much, except wanting to protect everyone by singing. That much I recall quite clearly.
And protect them you did. Godot said your voice was angelic.
Is that so?
His Majesty has ordered the military to research your song.
Huh.
Your Highness may very well be the real anti-Valkyria force.
Me? This is most confusing. Yet I cannot forget the battlefield. Whatever they say about me, the truth is that when Vannergind really needed me, I failed to prove myself to the anti-Valkyria squad. Where is Godot now?
My brother's out. He said he wanted to look something up.
She just hates on herself. That's her hobby. Yeah, this illustrious university.
Leaving so soon?
Yes, sorry for intruding.
Did you find the article you wanted?
Yes, thank you for the assistance.
No, by all means. Happy to be of help.
Thank you, again. I must be off.
Huh? Oh, Freet. What brings you here? We don't have a meeting scheduled, do we?
Just need to do a bit of research. The guy who just left, wasn't that...
Yeah, the biggest issue with this game is loading. Constant loading.
The orphanage that burned down 10 years ago. It was in Molda.
10 years?
The mother and daughter running it, and most
They
of the
were
children
like-
all burned to death.
They were like tiny
Only
children.
5 orphans survived. I'm certain one of them was the captain. And it was 10 years ago that then Crown Prince Claudius came to Molda with the 4 Grand Generals. He came to survey the Valkyria ruins. Unfortunately, most of the records from then were lost once Molda was annexed by Ruse. It can't be a coincidence that all the records of the captain and the other orphans vanished around the same time.
Oh, Lieutenant Villefort! It's getting really bad, sir. Please, come help.
Explain yourself, knave. Clamming up again.
Yeah, real bad.
Do you take us for fools, you baseborn?
Are you finished? I acknowledge your complaint. Seems there's room for improvement in my command style. I apologize. I'll try to work on that. Don't hesitate to speak up if you have any further complaints in the future. That goes for all of you. Is that all?
You!
What's going on here?
Oh, as always, you have great timing.
We wanted the captain to explain with his words what happened at Avaloon.
You're referring to when he disappeared.
Don't you find that suspicious? He just ran off without telling us a thing.
It happened in Molda, too. He acted on his own. It's unusual.
And you all feel the same?
Well, we don't plan to yap on about it as much as a certain someone, though. It's just, well, we want to do something about this atmosphere.
This keeps up, the group won't be able to work well as a unit. We should resolve this issue, you know.
Don't know, don't care.
But wait, everybody. The reason the captain ran off was to face the Valkyria alone. I'm sure he just didn't want to put anyone else in danger.
If that's the case, that's a big problem. It means the captain doesn't trust our abilities. This unit was created to eliminate the threat of the Valkyria. If we aren't trusted, we won't be able to risk our lives when it's needed most.
You're a soldier, too. You get what Bridget's saying, don't you?
Now do you understand the severity of the situation? We can't carry on like this.
I trust each and every last one of you. I wouldn't be here if not for all of you. I thought for sure the Valkyria was going to kill me. But then you guys showed up, and we won. The anti-Valkyria squad won.
Captain.
If we work together, we can overwhelm the Valkyria.
Good job, Chris.
I have a
Really held down the fort.
responsibility to bring victory to Jutland. And
Remember
I'll
that
need
mission
your
you-
strength to do that.
Damn.
I'm counting on all of you.
Don't look at me. I shan't be fooled by such words. Besides, that was no explanation. 'Twas a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
I think it best to drop this matter.
Excuse me?
It's true the captain's behavior as of late has been suspect. And I cannot and will not ignore that. But we are
Sus.
at war. Right now, the only thing that matters is victory. I will personally keep note of the captain's actions and render judgment after the campaign winds down. Do you find that agreeable, Captain?
I have no objections.
Then the matter is settled. We remain on standby until the next mission. Dismissed.
What?
Jorder.
Roger.
No, she has the knowledge.
Now, see here.
Our
I still
timelines
haven't
are
even...
different.
Well, now, we have a standby order. That
Well, you
means
figure
it's
by
time
the
for
30s, it wouldn't be seemingly less advanced.
I hope I didn't overstep my bounds.
Not at all.
Captain, I want to trust you.
Yes, so you've mentioned.
That is why I will continue to look into your past. This war is personal for you. Whatever's between you and the Grand Generals causes you to lose your composure. The fire at the orphanage in Molda. The children who survived. Claudius looking into the Valkyria ruins at that same time. I must know what it is you're hiding.
just give them an answer. Doesn't even have to be the truth. Be like, yeah, they killed so and so, and she was really important to me. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing all this. Why is that a thing that's worth hiding? It's a half truth, right? No. He's gonna get robbed.
Anything
Gotta go chase him, do
unusual happen?
parkour over roofs.
I saw one of your men leaving the newspaper's office.
Godot. He's looking into my past. He learned about the orphanage, the fire. He knows there were survivors.
So what?
article
I don't
from 10 years
understand.
ago.
Why? Why does
I
it
should've
matter?
Destroyed it.
He became suspicious because of my behavior during the last mission. We need to be careful.
Right. Well, better tell the others. I'll mention it to Vi and Saul. Need to speak with them about the next column anyway. You tell Baz. He ought to be at his factory. See ya.
Gotta see what the talk is around town. The same combat? Have you not been here? You got here during the fight. Did it look like the same combat system? Now it's a little girl. Dude, I swear to God, dude. I'm about to give up on this newspaper.
Nice.
Nice! That's it!
Come on in. Look at the quality. Come back anytime.
I already have. They only sell for 10. Yeah. Real helpful. Got that 5% mine resistance though. No, Smokey, this is an RPG. Straight up.
Welcome.
With more loading screens than Xenosaga, but Xenosaga had much longer cutscenes and a lot of story. Muted? No. You've been muted this whole fucking time and nobody said anything? Amazing. Oh, the unplug. The unplug from the beginning. Door shut. You just sitting here listening to Chris talk to himself without hearing anything?
No, I think that's picking up both of us.
No. I mean, like, mine always picks up a little bit yours, but... I mean, yours always picks up a little bit mine. But since it's happening at the same time, there's not... You don't hear the... Oh.
Yeah, I don't hear anything now, though. Unfortunately.
All fixed. Bop, bop. Shame on... Yeah, shame.
I figured it wasn't a problem because, you know, audio was still going through.
Have a good one.
You have it.
Welcome.
Durskin.
Nah, I said that'd be like tomorrow.
Oh, Chris, that's gonna be good for you.
Yeah, I love it. Already. Looks like booger and toothpaste. Not toothpaste. Milk.
It's cool. I got like possible popcorn, maybe butter, but also real hot one.
Oh, you wanna try?
Spoiled milk. And
Come again.
ghost pepper or whatever.
Oh, this wasn't bad.
I gotta go brush my teeth.
Take your time.
It tastes like cotton candy. And at first I thought it was like spice, but I don't know what the left one was.
Come back soon.
What's up?
Welcome.
Yeah, I guess that is door shut's deflection.
Yeah, but still shame.
He's like, man, fuck this. Is this sign language for shame? Is that why they always do that? For shame.
I don't speak finger dance.
Come again.
You don't got that finger jutsu going on? That's all that people do with sign language, right? Casting spells.
Yeah. So whenever I see a deaf person, I close my eyes.
Yo. Hell yeah. What did you say? What did you say?
I'm trying to buy something.
What do you want?
Thank you. Piece of shit. You know what's better than Fang 1? Fang 2.
Pretty good, yeah?
And,
Interesting. How much damage was that? 450? Boy.
Shock. Oh, I don't care about that.
pretty good, yeah? How about this?
I guess.
How about this?
I don't know who can equip it.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Yeah, that's not how this works for this game.
If it's
I'm
too
sorry.
much, you can give it
No, that's not how it works.
What that?
But that puts you at number 1 for sure. Thank you.
I did not expect.
Yeah. I mean, I don't ever really expect.
Almost ever.
Thank you. I think Agni is probably one of the worst ones, right? Because, I mean, Agni does the same thing Burnfield does, except for Burnfield does it to everybody.
Wasn't Agni the one that, like, shot off 3 different shots of fire?
Yeah, but to one target. And it didn't even really seem like it set them on fire. This sets them on fire, which gets me extra attacks, right?
Level 3. Oh.
What? Oh, the 1K bits badge? That's level 3?
Oh, it's a level and then 3.1k bits badge for some reason.
No. Level 3, 1K bits badge. It's not a 3K.
Oh.
Well, enjoy that emote forever.
My eyesight's poor. Forgive me.
Whether you want it or not, you got it now.
1, 2, 3.
I need a higher skill field. And I guess I need to add stuff to everybody because, okay, these things are making me.
Doshit's just, you know, chilling.
Oh, the badge? It's taking that long to... How does this work? Ground weight. Attracts lightning bolts?
Super Earth. And it costs 20.
Are you stomping on the ground a little bit?
Patting the back of my chair.
I might do that. Usually whenever I feel that, I feel like somebody's coming in. Yeah, I wanted to invest in her.
How to confuse people. Oh yeah, that tornado thing. But you don't have rank 11 yet, do you?
No.
Bond tornado.
Heal field? Fire and water for this woman? Here, I'm not ever using you, you hat-wearing bitch. Sorry. Not sorry. She's really good, though, because she has the highest green, and, I mean, that's like all the things.
Stop being
Storm Shot 5.
Talking about me with slapping the back of my chair. My bad.
Yeah, he can hear it, too. He was looking around his ass. Jumping wind.
Here's a sleepy cat to calm your nerves. He's been sleeping on me for probably like 3 hours now. The only time that he goes to sleep. Leave that cat alone. Only if he left me alone.
That's true.
Sometimes he chases me around the house. He'll like swat at my hand because I'm not petting him.
You know what sucks though? This takes up slots.
Mm.
For fakesies actually.
Roxas. One of the channel mascots.
How about this?
I don't even know what RP is, still.
RP is my mana.
Oh, it's not rape?
No.
Pretty good, yeah?
Woo. $39? Oh, that's that fire, isn't it?
Yeah. There we go.
Pretty good, yeah?
A specified area. So maybe it's like a grenade. Or like that other thing.
It's just another. Alright. Hopefully a lot better.
Says 174. RP costs down though.
It's fine. I mean, if it one-shots people.
But I mean, if I'm reading that right, maybe it means that, you know, it'll lower the cost of RP.
It's probably for them. Like, the who gets hit by.
Oh. Yeah.
100! Wait a minute. I think you have Storm.
Oh. I guess you do have the magic attack stat. Which is probably what the actual damage will be based off of.
Damn it. I mean, she should be.
See ya.
Circle.
Nice work.
I'm not gonna use. I don't understand them. Booze, drink, ladies, important.
With women around?
Can't talk about sex.
Feminine faux pas.
Come. Breasts, butts, thighs.
Poppycock.
Canyons. Poppycocks.
Joys of flesh.
Lord Covert Pervert. Fucking.
Yep.
Motherfucking bread loaves.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just talking about sex now? Just straight up talking about sex? I saw something about holding the ankles.
How you doing?
Oh.
Yeah, you remember any of them?
What's the matter?
Tactics.
We've got a new assignment.
Motherfucking cheese wheel. Mr. Suddenka. Ski. Oh, God. Yeah.
Well done.
Mm-hmm. State of war reaches Europe.
Op details are as follows.
Defending the main base. Beat the enemy commander.
That is all.
On what, Discord? Not that it matters. Look at these fucking idiots walking down here. Don't they know I have grenades?
Let's
Consider
do this.
retreat.
Yeah.
No match for us.
Intercept the enemy.
Nighttime can
Damn
happen.
Jutes.
Oh, I see. Day-night cycle over there.
Oh boy.
Who's next?
The enemy.
Alright, kill one. didn't mean to send the entire list to me? Because it sure as fuck felt like you did. That was three different messages you sent me. Oh, you can cancel your attack?
Sorta.
In the name of Jutland! I won't go easy. Farewell.
Look at you big dummies.
There is no movement speed in this game that I've noticed. Other than if your morale drops real low. The meter at the top is morale.
Commander down. All right.
Oh, did you delete it before I turned around? That makes sense.
Twas a worthy foe.
Yes. It's not like you're not allowed.
Commander down.
This is a good position.
Power comes from within.
Let's get it on!
Honest. All right.
I've got you,
Commander down.
Assault rifles in the 1500s.
There is no other way.
Is that another word for titties? For boobs?
All right.
Because, you're saying that about this. This is the 1850s.
Commander down. Take it all the way. All right.
Yeah.
The tides are turning.
Got an ace.
Enemy reinforcements!
Gotta go!
Turn the tides.
It's getting close tonight.
Who's next? That all you got?
Oh. Here I go killing again.
Nope, not that way.
But that's where the commander was.
I just got a red marker there. You gotta run all the way around.
Damn jutes!
What?
There's no other way.
He said jutes.
Yeah, okay. Sure did.
You had all 5 or 6? Oh.
Fine.
Who's next? Commander down. Honest.
I wonder when nighttime actually falls though.
Twas a worthy foe. Begin the lesson.
Oh, right there.
What?
Oh.
Oh shit!
Been since the beginning of the game since we've seen one of these.
distance.
Oof.
I don't like this.
Oh, is she gonna die?
How can this happen?
Let us stop the enemy. I offer this prayer.
Be fine.
Quit spacing out.
What's going on?
Give me a break.
It's on fire.
Like this.
Oh, you're not on fire anymore?
You okay? I've got you.
Thanks.
We've got fire too.
Take this.
Let us dance.
Take it all the way.
Still sending out fire.
I offer this prayer.
Get out of my way.
We have to regroup.
Jutland.
I'll show you how a real man fights.
Take this.
Hoorah! Take it all the way.
That should do some damage.
Done?
Nothing like the 1850s.
Yeah, how's that for 1850s? Smokey?
What about that? Got a problem with that one, Smokey? Huh? You don't like mechs with Gatling guns in the 1800s?
Complete.
Royal Army Defense Cross. Oh, because you got an S on this?
No, because I'm just period.
I am one with the sword.
Smokey speechless.
I remember the 1853.
What's the matter? Well done.
Heavy tank felled.
Well done.
For 20 shards.
Yeah, I can't do anything with 5. I think something like this is probably the thing. This is just Xenoblade.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Op details are as follows.
Wonder if there's a heavy tank here.
Annihilation mission. Eliminate the enemy.
Or was that
That
considered
is
a
all.
heavy tank? What we just took
That was
on?
probably a heavy tank. Remember, the word tank means not the traditional sense of tank at all. The basic tank is a 2-leg walker. Alright, this is Metal Gear at best.
How fucking rude that they would give you that after you've already destroyed one.
Yeah, and it doesn't stack up over time. All the achievements that I've done, I would have everything.
Let's do
Murder!
I found this! Isn't even a challenge.
Let's end this! Who's next?
In the name of Jutland! Rest in peace.
Something's coming.
Though it does feel like Dynasty Warriors to an extent. As well.
Alright.
Something's coming.
But you're, you know, less reliant on finding weapons on the ground.
Who's next?
Battle's going our way. Don't be so serious.
Commander down.
Oh, is that next?
Who's next?
Keep up the pressure.
Commander
Commander.
down.
The fruits of our labor, yes? 'Twas a worthy foe.
Was!
Burn them all! I am the target ready! Get her!
Oh.
Yeah, I guess get one-shotted.
Their numbers are rising.
Cool for them.
Burn them all! Who's next?
Gotta be careful, man.
I am coming to go! Won't freeze! Take this! Who's next? Commander down!
Hey, right now, man, grenades are amazing.
All right. I am the company.
Yeah, they do a shit ton.
You!
1,800 damage? Oh, Commander's dead.
Commander down.
Their numbers
Maybe
are
that's
rising.
evident.
Every time?
Oh, yeah. Turn the tides. Tear this up.
Let's end this.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That wasn't satisfying at all.
Triple shot rocket launcher, man.
As expected.
I don't know how hard this game's gonna get, but I was reading up on those tactics just to see, and the only thing I came across was like game facts where somebody listed what they put in, and he was like, "Yeah, you're gonna need them."
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there.
How are you?
Nice work.
Like, it started talking about one-shot people. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. We'll
We're
see.
already getting one-shot by certain people, but not often. But apparently they just become abundant.
Awesome.
I mean, I'll get them. It's just,
Yep,
you
yep.
know, I just don't know what an efficient way of using them is.
Yeah.
It's not like Kingdom Hearts where it's just like, you know, 5 options. You got fucking 7, and it's like, if you pick only attack, then they won't use magic. Then they won't fucking use grenades. They won't use their guns. So the first 3 slots is weapons.
That's kind of what he was listing. His whole tactic is so that they don't use that stuff, and then he just commands them to.
No, I want them to just use it. I don't want to.
Maybe just put recovery
What's the matter?
and focus elites.
Well done.
What?
I thought a cutscene was about to play.
I don't know, old man. I don't know.
Take your time.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Come back soon.
Welcome. Come back soon.
Come on in.
Doesn't seem much better than what I got. Went in just under the cost. Now I'm broke again. Dark flax. Flox?
Yo.
Bot?
What do you want?
Dark bot.
Yeah.
Spinning blade. Scout on.
Pretty good, yeah?
Only issue is that she's going to be predominantly fire. I need rock. I don't want a defensive rock. I feel like the defensive character is probably the lowest valued character.
Pretty good, yeah?
Too bad they don't have elites in this game. You know, class up. You get your elite, shield boy, and then they just start blocking for the whole team.
Could be her.
Pretty good, yeah?
Whatever she is. Surely not a scout, right?
See ya.
I don't need another scout either. Of course, it won't tell me in here, will it? Not her. Ah. Spirit girl. There's probably a shock troop. Oh wait, no, it's her. She. It just seems like that's what they do. Shield people or rock people. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but.
What do you want?
Too many teammates. Using the same resources. Obviously, the two that I know that I want is the first two.
Almost.
How about this? Pretty good, yeah? See ya.
What?
What's the matter?
Okay.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Okay, so that was not a heavy tank.
No.
Another one.
Op details are as follows. That is all.
Some more of this Valkyria at night. Route all aces hard.
Yeah, sure it is. It's one guy.
Yeah. Maybe there's like a difficulty above hard.
Yeah, above normal? It's my only option.
Let's do this.
The hardest difficulty is normal right now.
No, I know. Is that the ace?
That's
oh. Like, I wouldn't put it past the game.
Who's next?
Jutland!
Commander down.
Exciting.
I think there is a heavy tank here. Because I just saw one of those big things out in the field.
I mean, that could be the
All right.
'Twas a worthy foe. Terribly sorry.
Observe the enemy.
Yeah.
It's an ambush.
Damn
Too late. I won't lose. Terribly sorry.
This is a good position.
No match for us.
Water. Turn the tides.
Retreat.
Commander down.
Leave it to me.
Who's next? Commander down.
Enemy reinforcements.
In the name of Jutland.
Think about it. Who's next?
Commander down.
Think he's up here?
There's a ladder up there.
Their numbers
This
are
looks
rising.
easy enough. Intercept the enemy.
Enemy reinforcement
Okay.
sighted.
Taste my blood.
Got your back.
Who's next?
Something's
Observe the
coming.
Constant vigilance.
Must be you.
Burn them all.
In the name of Jutland.
Here it comes.
Begin the lesson. This is a good position.
Too late.
That all you got?
Let's keep up the pressure.
Who's next? No match for us.
Intercept the enemy.
Oh,
Their numbers
okay.
are rising. Your ears.
All right. Who's next?
This is a good position.
All right.
Take it all the way.
All right. Commander down.
Yo, even though you killed an ace earlier, I still don't know what they look like.
This looks easy enough. Enemy reinforcements.
All right.
Got your back.
Commander down.
Farewell. Rest in
Oh.
peace.
Get lost. Who's
The
next?
tides are turning.
Got it.
This should be easy.
Honest.
Commander down.
This is a good position.
All right. Commander down.
Rest in peace.
Who's next?
Out of my
In the name of Jutland!
Commander down.
Okay, we can't go that way. Probably can't go too far that way.
Oh. Night is almost upon us.
Onward to your death!
Let's end this. Honest. Watch this.
Start!
Take this. Hoorah! Take it all the way. Take this.
Rally forth!
Take this!
Something's coming.
I won't go easy.
Turn the tides!
I won't go easy.
Is that a heavy tank? If that's not a heavy tank, I don't know what is.
Oh, you got the ace at some point.
Yeah.
I am one with the sword.
I mean, I figured, but
Hard to tell with all the killing.
yeah, they don't do like little intros like in Destiny Warriors, Dynasty Warriors, and Samurai, whatever that one is. The other many copies of the same thing.
What's the matter? Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
Shield bearer.
Wonderful.
Top details are as follows.
Are they just gonna keep bouncing this shit back and forth?
I don't know.
Well, it's like, oh, if you don't do this, the front will be taken. But it's like, do they stop? Come on, man. Give me something I can use.
If you press Y, you can go to water. Oh, never mind. You are on water.
Gravity 10.
Oh. Medium rare.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Let's do this. This looks easy enough. I'll murderize them.
Hey, no more resources, I guess.
I mean, it is a ton more of those Ragnites.
Oh. Enemy commander down. I'm not done yet. Who's next? Commander down.
Oh, water! Turn the tide!
All right, who's next?
Oh.
Retreat!
Sever!
Earthquake! Who's next? I'm gonna attack! Commander down!
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Who's
Power
next?
comes from within. I despise the Empire.
They're attacking
Stay
from
alert.
a distance!
Stay alert. Back in the zone.
Reinforcements!
A lot of back and forth here.
Who's next?
It was like last time, too.
I'm gonna attack!
Evasive action! I mustn't fall! Evasive action!
I'll murder her!
In the name of Jutland! 'Twas a worthy foe.
Seems they don't know their place.
All right.
I despise the Empire.
In the name of Jutland! 'Twas a worthy foe.
You're so weak!
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Underestimate a soldier! Take this!
All right. That all you got?
The tides are
going
turning!
our way!
Oh, they're running.
Get it off!
Honest.
Retreat!
Who's next?
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Commander down.
Oh shit.
Nah, y'all killed them all here.
I'm gonna attack! I'm gonna attack!
Seems they don't
I'm
know
gonna
their
attack!
place.
What a mistake you are all making!
Take this. Commander down.
Onward to victory!
Something's coming!
Honest. Mission complete. As expected.
Oh, there we go. There's something I can use.
What's the matter? Well done.
Well, that's 30.
Alright, let's see what you got. Icicle shot. Oops.
Wonderful.
Haven't done this.
Op details are as follows.
Small mission.
That is
yeah,
all.
but it's time. Can you use icicle shot? You can. That's good.
With ice bullets. Sucks, it's only a level 5.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know.
Oh, let's make this for scouts. I don't know why they just let us stand here until we're ready.
Let's do this.
I'll prove myself.
All right.
This is a good position. I won't go away. Wasn't that a fun lesson? Farewell.
Got your back.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Something's coming.
Serve the enemy.
Get lost. Who's next? Commander down.
Oh, ice! In the name of Jutland!
See you guys in a minute.
Rest in
Got
peace.
your back.
6 minutes.
Who's next?
More than enough
Damn
time.
shoots. Battle's going our way.
Commander down.
The tides
All right.
are turning. Be gone.
Out of my way, rock.
Keep up the pressure. Taste my blade.
Who's next? That all you got? Commander down.
Power comes from within. Oh, ice! The fruits of our labor.
Oh.
Yes?
Pretty good. Pretty good attack.
Nice.
Jesus Christ.
Cleaned them all up.
I'll prove myself.
Something's coming.
Where's the flag?
Keep it up.
Who's next?
In the name of Jutland!
I won't go
Come back
easy.
here, guys.
Keep it up. Damn shoots.
Take this. All right.
The tides
Commander
are
down.
turning. It takes time.
Be gone. I won't go easy.
Constant vigilance. In the name of Jutland!
You're so weak.
Keep up the pressure.
Commander down.
One person left. Up there?
Constant vigilance.
To the left?
Keep it up.
Serve the enemy.
Oh, never mind.
Keep it up.
Could be part of it, I guess.
Tides are turning.
Commander down.
Terribly sorry. Taste my blade.
Stay alert.
Oh well.
Farewell.
Honest. Who's next?
Tides are turning.
Commander down. Who's next?
Take it all the way.
Take this. Wasn't that a fun lesson? Out of my way, rock. Wasn't that a fun lesson? Out.
Nice. Mission complete.
I mean, I tried capturing it.
But then they had to put that guy up in the tower.
What's the matter? Well done. Well done.
Capture a base. Alright, so if I come back here. Okay. So, all I gotta do is this.
Op details are as follows.
And level up, and then main. Because apparently this happens every other time.
That is all.
These go pretty quick, right?
Let's do this.
I'll prove myself.
the enemy!
Observe the enemy!
Decimated soldier!
Commander down!
Something's coming.
Who's next? Burn them all! All right.
Oh.
Commander down!
Ice, lend your strength.
Good to go.
Terribly sorry.
No way.
Enemy reinforcements! Come on, don't be so serious.
Damn shoots!
Get lost! Commander down!
Oops.
Their numbers are rising. Constant vigilance.
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Commander down! Get lost! Commander down! Push through! Commander down! All right.
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Burn them all!
All
right,
right, to victory.
That all you got?
Onward
This isn't
to
even a
victory.
challenge. I'll murder
Take this! Commander down!
Retreat!
Not done yet.
Did the thing just die?
Yeah, I think so. Killed them all.
Oh, no.
Or maybe he was retreating.
Reinforcements! Commander down!
Oh, yes! Hey!
Constant
Hey!
vigilance.
Observe the enemy.
Onward to victory.
Who's next?
I won't go easy.
Constant
Commander
vigilance.
down!
Stay alert.
Constant vigilance.
You ready? What are you looking at? On a switch. That should do some damage.
Pathetic.
Mission complete.
A whole 630.
I didn't even notice.
That's what you gained. Surprised y'all don't get more money for those.
Oh yeah. But even whenever I do, inflation.
Yeah.
Essentially.
What's the matter? Well done.
And they're real greedy with the money. Are you fucking serious? Oh, they can have that place.
Op details are as follows.
That is going in alone with my new sword.
Oh yeah.
Let's see how new it is. If it looks exactly like the old sword, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Yo.
Judging based on the shadow, it's exactly the same sword.
Let's do this. Let's end this. You ready? Watch this! You ready? What are you looking at? This'll do it. Huh? Let me see. Pretty good, yeah? Hell yeah!
Balls to the wall. There we go. Those balls again.
Let's end this! It's over! Damaged! It's over!
Big dummy. Are you fucking serious?
Ugh.
You ready? What are you looking at?
Gravity 10.
All right. How about this? Very good. Ready? What are you looking at? End this! This'll do it. It's ours! It's over! Sorry. That'll work. This'll do it. Take this! It's over!
I'll give it my all. Damn it!
Keep your guard up. A worthy opponent.
What do you got?
Not much.
Day is ours! That all you got? This'll do it. Mission complete. I hone myself for Jutland.
Maybe they're talking about upgrading the tank. Those walkers for, you know, pointless reasons. I don't know. Not sure. Explain yourself.
How was it? The sensitivity is excellent, and its resonance with the specimen is proving to be equally perfect.
But it's far from the maximized output we predicted.
Bingo! If an alchemist could draw out all that juice, I bet it'd blow the crap out of a light tank in just one hit.
Is something diverting its primary power source?
Or are the current synchronization levels insufficient? Huh. Oh, hey! Thanks for the help, Am. We're gonna crank up the heat on this monotech, so come by later to check it out.
Yeah. Sure.
I'll get right on that.
Oh.
Back to not playing.
You're quite studious. How splendid.
You know, eventually, way after I'm dead,
I must be off.
Bots, they'll run out of names.
Apparently there's a bot you can get for the stream that auto bans bots.
Oh, Freet. What brings you here? We don't have a meeting scheduled, do we?
Just need to do a bit of research. The guy who just left, wasn't that...
Oh, that's Godot Villefort.
Hey, motherfucker, didn't we already...
You know him?
How was this new?
No, just odd seeing a soldier in a place
Oh,
like
right.
this.
He was looking through some old newspapers for an article written 10 years ago.
What did he want with that?
No clue. So what brings you here?
Need to do some research on Valkyria.
Don't know if we have anything on them.
Even folktales would help. I'll be browsing the stacks for a bit.
This isn't a library, you know.
Yeah, but you've got a much bigger selection.
Well, maybe if you wanted unlimited access, you shouldn't have quit.
Oof.
Freelancing suits me.
Just put back whatever you take out.
A fire?
At an orphanage in Molda, back when Ruse held control of the region. That's where Amlet and the others grew up. Problem is, there's no public record of the incident.
Yeah, probably.
I did find
This
a
one,
small
like,
report
on
on
a
the
tree.
fire from a local newspaper, however. According to the article, the orphanage was
Like,
run by a mother and daughter
Ubot.
plus a few others. Almost everyone died. Burned alive. Only 5 children survived. One of whom, I believe, is the captain.
That does indeed corroborate the professor's statement.
The children were playing outside, and when they returned to the orphanage, they found it burned to the ground. By their accounts, it was an act of arson. Unfortunately, that's all there is on the matter.
But why?
It's worth noting, however, that Claudius and his 4 vassals came to Jutland around the same time. One of the places they visited included the Valkyria ruins at Molda, near the orphanage.
How'd you get all that from the fire?
I remember. I'll never forget what you Rux did to us.
'Twas the Grand Generals.
Once Ruse annexed Molda, local records were lost. The trail ends there. Even the Royal Archives contain no mention of the incident. It's like the orphanage never existed in the first place. I did learn the 5 surviving children were adopted by foster families, but I haven't found their names yet.
Have you mentioned this to Amlet?
I tried to speak with him about it, but he was evasive.
Is that so?
One last thing. The soldier. The augmented one.
Did you learn anything?
He is almost certainly Prince Laertes.
So he is alive.
He is alive. I guess if I really had it my way, tanks would also have electricity instead of just rock. That'd be the combo. Because they got the bazooka, they're tank
This
killers.
is a
And
true
they're just,
story.
you know, whatever. Of course, I guess if they shot that with
If I
at a
recall,
person,
both
probably work
Jutland
out
and
pretty good,
Ruse
too.
held national funerals around the same time, after the Battle of Avaloon. More accurately, they were memorial services, but Ophelia spoke of them as funerals to mourn those who fell in battle.
Historically, the fact that both sides claimed it was their victory was given much attention.
That'd be nice. Some AI that breaks the AI.
Some drive-bys.
Claudius declared that Balthus, who lost his life at the war's onset, had died honorably at the Battle of Avaloon.
So he did manipulate the information. I thought it was odd when you said that Balthus died at the beginning of the war. Public records indicate that he was killed in action during the battle at Avaloon.
The Emperor capitalized on his death and claimed that Balthus greatly contributed in establishing the current Ruse.
But it was all a
Comrades,
ruse.
weep not for Balthus Greppenberg. Be proud. When the Jutes invaded our colony like a pack of rabid dogs, it was the Grand General who minimized our losses. We may have lost Avaloon, but the damage dealt to those slavering curs was thanks to our dearly departed Balthus. In the face of invasion, we call
How do
this
you
a
have so many medals?
He makes them. He's in charge of the metal making.
His aim was to incite the
You think
people's
that's what it
hatred
is?
toward
It's like this one counts for like
Moreover,
1,000 kills.
He commended Balthus's efforts.
You know, I took a
against
poop
the
the other day.
By emphasizing that, he described Jutland's attack on Avaloon as an invasion.
So it was during this time that the Ruse's side of the argument started using the word invasion.
Oh, this metal?
It's the
That's
same
for
as how
hiring a
Jutland
Valkyrie.
highlighted liberation.
This one down here,
Speaking
that's for
of-
fucking your mom.
Boy, was that a hard one.
Sweated real hard for that one.
The national funeral was held
It's
at
disgusting
Ophelia's
work, but
suggestion.
someone's got to do
The
it.
fact they
You had to
obtained
come from
victory
somewhere.
in past 3 operations. Her thoughts for the soldiers who gave their lives for the cause. She conveyed all in her requiem. Freet the traitor continued his column, directing the people's anger to the Empire, especially with the Valkyria. He wrote that its appearance signified the Empire felt threatened, and it increased the morale of the country.
Long fight.
I now understand that the Battle of Avaloon held great meaning to both Jutland and the Empire. But from your account,
I was in your
Professor,
mom's bunker for
there's
6
something
hours.
that didn't appear in any of the history books. The pendant that the Valkyria had.
Fighting
Why
off
did
the
it
urge
upset
to pull
Emma?
out.
And why were the traitors so surprised to hear of it?
This one for baking bread.
It seems there are references to Valkyria throughout Europa's history.
How do you mean?
Records suggest
I
that
mean, it's
behind
just
every
like a,
king,
what?
lord, and noble house
North
that's
Korea?
left their mark, there's been a
Their
Valkyria.
leaders.
Countless leaders have tried to unite Europa through force. All of them
Yeah, they
blessed
took
by
on the
Valkyria.
United States.
Yeah, they just made that shit up.
That's how some books describe it. Others use the word contract. Honestly, the legends are
We
rather
actually
vague.
captured Texas,
Some say they eat
but we gave
human
it back to
flesh.
them out of pity.
Others say you offer your life to them.
No way. We're the ones who are gonna take the Emperor's life.
Well, they're called legends for a reason. I need to do more research. Hopefully, I'll find something that explains why the Valkyria had Miss Maria's pendant.
Yo, Am.
Anne?
Just tell me how to kill it.
Alright, Vasquez.
In the past, Amlet the traitor tried to assassinate Claudius for the sake of the pendant's owner. For the sake of rescuing their teacher, Maria Schmeichel, he came close enough to swing his blade upon the Emperor.
I think the people of North Korea just think that North and South Korea are just the world. And they live in this fictional land where it's like these evil South Koreans have taken over half of the world.
And one day an alien named Donald Trump came.
Well, that was after the alien of that basketball player thing. Who actually kind of looks like an alien.
So how'd you escape this?
Yeah. The big question. If she took pity on him, then it's... But Maria didn't have those tips.
The Grim Reaper.
Death itself. A much more fitting epithet for you, Valkyria.
This is a Valkyria?
Where'd that come from?
The old prison pocket escape.
Oh, okay. You Sauron. Understood.
Oh.
Oh, she floats too. Okay,
A wind attack.
Yeah, that's the thing. Clearly, we have wind abilities, so it's canon. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So she's a vampire?
Alive?
The attempted assassination of the Emperor. That incident cemented a single thought among the traitors. To achieve their goal, they must overcome a powerful enemy of Valkyria.
Loading.
Door shut. I just read the last message. With lots of ups and downs.
There's a lot of good men lost in your mom.
Ever since they swore to save Maria and avenge their family at the orphanage, each and every one of the traitors dedicated themselves in their respective fields. Amlet as a soldier, Solomon as a politician. Freet, at the time, still worked at a newspaper company. Basil created his foothold in the business world. Violet worked in espionage and began touring foreign countries.
We already know all this.
Yeah.
All of their actions were for the day they would have their revenge. All the things they learned and experienced would someday help realize their dreams. That's what they believed.
Well, I mean, it's worked so far. Oh. I thought that said chapter 5. I was like, when?
Before long, the Valkyria appeared with the Imperial Army and was said to be the country's symbol of progress. Afterward, Jutland was blocked economically by the 4 major powers of the world, initiated by the Ruzi Empire.
By the Nazi Empire.
The country gradually went bankrupt. Food was plentiful thanks to fertile lands, but Jutland depended on imports for fuel and resources. Once fuel became scarce, it began to affect agriculture. The government used rations to stabilize the life of the people, but even that had its limitations. The situation steadily grew worse each passing day. Rural areas were hit first in an outcry of hunger and poverty.
Around the same time, arguments pressing for war with the Empire grew due to the influence of the traitors. The Anti-Valkyria Squad was formed as part of that.
Amlet, who had a high compatibility with Ragnite, was selected as a member and was appointed its commander.
Years after the failed assassination, the traitors would meet on occasion to discuss their plans for revenge. When
What
they
occasion?
assumed the battle with the Valkyria,
You mean every goddamn
it was
day?
evident it would be difficult with only 5 people.
That's the reason for the war? Just for revenge? The anti-Valkyria squad was created for that purpose?
Yep.
They were conflicted about it as well.
Let me tell you. Right after this loading screen. I'm waiting for like a one word. Like it cuts over to somebody and they're like, no! And then
I'm sure you
loading screen.
realize it, everyone. No matter which of our fields we look from, this country is at its limits.
Not a day goes by the paper doesn't interview someone about how harsh it is. We don't even report on the half of it.
Money isn't circulating like it used to either.
Intelligence is analyzing what brought this situation about, but it seems the 4 major powers are involved somehow. They haven't determined a main objective yet, or why it happened, though.
More and more people are applying to join the army. It's one thing guaranteed to provide a regular meal.
So we have the manpower to fight.
I wouldn't call them battle-ready, though.
We must capitalize on this situation. I've been saying it all this time. Bring the country into this, start a war. There are no other means to take our revenge.
Putting aside how absurd that idea is, I don't think there's any way to morally justify starting a war.
You've been turning it down with that, but don't you feel anything about this country's wretched state? This economic blockade is unjust. If Jutland itself doesn't raise its voice, nothing will change.
I'm with Saul on this.
You really want to do this?
What other option do we have?
Well, we can work together like before.
Only reason that almost worked was because the Emperor actually left the capital. But he hasn't since. So what do you suggest? We just keep waiting and hoping? I'm done waiting. It's time to take our revenge. And free Jutland from economic oppression while we do.
Indeed. This, too, is for the country.
So you have no problem with sending countless innocents to their deaths? Wars cost lives. A lot of them.
The Emperor kidnapped our teacher and took the lives of our friends.
And you think that warrants the kind of damage war will do?
Loss of life is all the same. Whether it's our friends back at the orphanage or our countrymen in this war.
It isn't only us, Fried. The Emperor has invaded other countries and made them into colonies. How much blood do you think has been spilled? By slaying that tyrant, lives can be saved.
I don't know what's the best choice anymore.
Do you intend to continue waiting for the Emperor to come out? Do you intend to continue living with revenge in your heart? That's the same as being dead.
Part of us already died in that fire.
War sounds good to me, but so does the old wait and see.
Jeez. You're so neutral, Baz.
Fried, Violet, I'll say it once more. This is also for the country. Its recovery and our goals follow the same path.
Well, that may be true, but...
Violet, you're kind. However, if you've chosen to walk the path of vengeance, I'd like you to cast aside that emotion.
I can still
You telling
hear
her
their
to kill?
screams. Miss Maria, our friends.
Did you guys forget already?
What?
The coin, huh? I forgot that we had that.
Things were simpler back at the orphanage, weren't they?
Whole thing was
Any tough choice came down to
decided on a
flipping
coin flip?
Come on, has Lady Luck ever let us down?
I don't think so.
That's because fortune favors the bold. Start a war, or wait and see.
Count me in.
Same here.
Me too.
Basil, flip it.
Heads, it's wartime. Tails, we wait.
Agreed.
All right.
And then it lands on its side.
Here goes nothing.
Flies out the window.
Heads.
It's hard to tell that that was heads.
Wait, Professor. You're saying they flipped a coin to decide whether or not they should start a war? That's terrible no matter how you look at it. It's no wonder they were convicted. It's already bad enough they did it for revenge.
Please, don't misunderstand them. It gets hidden behind the intensity of the word revenge. But it is true they looked at Jutland's poverty and believed they must take a stand.
Yes, Jutland's state then can't compare to the prosperity it sees now. But this news is bewildering regardless. It's so hard to comprehend. How do I process all this? Tell me, Professor. What did they do afterward? How did they confront the Valkyria?
You're quite studious. How splendid.
Spoilers.
How'd it go?
He had some kind of monster.
Monster?
It wore a black cloak, had a scythe, like the Grim Reaper.
Had to be the Valkyria.
So the Emperor really does have one at his side.
I've heard rumors that Ruzi's rise to power is because of their alliance with the Valkyria. The soldiers who survived their invasions all report seeing the same thing, a Reaper. Didn't think the Emperor would have it with him.
It's quiet.
Good point. Not even any warning sirens.
We made the perfect preparations, and we get impeded by a myth?
This is a true story.
You have to say that every time.
Every goddamn time. And the disbelief keeps rising every time she says it.
How do we stop it?
Huh?
The Reaper.
Can't you defeat it? You did make it retreat.
Sure, we got some shots in, got it to back down, but I don't think we could actually beat it.
I trust Amlet's instincts, as both an alchemist and as a soldier. So, what you're saying is we lack the decisive firepower to finish things.
It's gotta have some sort of weakness.
Hey, Am, got any tips or tricks? You're the one who met it.
Notice any similarities between the two encounters? Anything in the conditions, or the way it shook out?
The conditions? Now that I think about it, the sun was rising when it fled from both encounters.
It left at dawn? Both times?
Yeah. As soon as the sun came out, it ran off, despite having the advantage.
Daybreak.
Maybe.
Yeah, the sun.
Something about it scares the Valkyria off.
Now that you mention it, the times that a Valkyria has been seen on the battlefield have always been at night.
Then our approach is simple. We avoid night battles.
Yeah.
Don't stop the presses just yet.
I don't think this information needs to leave this room.
The army needs to know. If they can steer clear of the Valkyria, they can avoid a lot of unnecessary casualties.
I'll report it in then. You won't be brought under suspicion that way. They'd question the source of the intel and whatnot.
Right.
Oh, yeah, speaking of reporting in, the identity of that augmented soldier Anne asked me to look into, that really was the Prince of Ipseria.
Is that intel from your usual piece of man candy?
Oh, which man are you referring to? I'm rather popular, you know. My web at the Officers Club is expanding.
Damn, what happened to our innocent little Vi?
Carry on.
Jeez, no need to be so grim. He's apparently working as the Emperor's instrument of destruction, as a human experiment for augmentation. He's being deployed to various battlefields as a secret weapon.
That sounds dreadful.
Doesn't it? Hey, think we can pull the Prince in as an ally? He must be close to the Emperor if he's a Grand General.
Maybe it's all an act and he's waiting for a chance to avenge that whole regicidal killing spree business.
No. We need the prince to disappear.
Why?
I want to keep it so the prince was murdered by the Empire. Ipseria started to function with the interim government. In order to have the Ipserians follow Jutland, we focused on the fact that both of our countries were oppressed by the Ruzi Empire, that we have a mutual enemy. The thought that their royal family has been massacred is a driving force for the people of Ipseria.
He's right. I wrote a column saying as much. I just want to point out suppressing this is a very Solomon thing to do.
Loose lips sink ships, you know.
Indeed. If they discover their prince is alive, Ipseria will be swayed to his side. Jutland would lose its jurisdiction. Listen, Emlet. Find him on the battlefield and strike him down. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Even more so since he's calling himself a Grand General. He's only an enemy to us. Emlet?
Sure. No problem.
Also, there's one other thing. It's regarding 2nd Lieutenant Villefort. I heard from Freet. In a time where people have difficulty in simply surviving, I'm astounded to find such a meddlesome person.
Is it safe to leave him be?
Should we take care of him?
You're not serious, are you?
I don't think that's wise.
Oh shit. But we better be prepared to deal with the big guy.
Godot's under my charge. Leave it to me.
What?
Captain, care to spar?
Sure.
Let's do this! Let's end this!
Alright. I don't know how you're supposed to get behind someone in this game.
Maybe hold guard and...
Honest. How did this? Out of my way! You ready? Out of my way! Jutland! I'll give it my all. I'm right beside you. No escape!
Looking into my past?
I'll give it my all.
Oh, that really does hurt him.
No escape! I'll give it my
Just killing
all.
himself.
Huh?
No escape! I'll give it my all.
I've learned what I wanted to know.
What matters most right now is maintaining the squad's sense of unity. I will do all I can to make sure the squad works cohesively come mission time. That is why I urge you to avoid conducting yourself in a suspicious manner, Captain.
I hear you.
As for the rest of you, this isn't a show.
Crap.
Perhaps a week of latrine duty is a fitting punishment?
I defer to your judgment, Lieutenant.
Well then, we should likewise head back to base.
First sergeant shouldn't be involved in this shenanigan.
Or they should be the only one involved.
What about my wallet?
Huh. So if I'm rich, I can be mean.
Come on in. How about this?
Royal Warm uniform?
Come back anytime.
Army.
Welcome.
Have a good one.
Out of my way! Out of my way!
Welcome.
Calfskin.
Come again.
Welcome. Come back soon.
Welcome.
Come again.
I'm sure there's a circle.
Weapon lovers.
They were in HQ last time.
How you doing?
Okay. What an amazing one-liner. For no reason.
Yo. What do you want?
Oh, good.
this? Pretty good, yeah? Pretty good, yeah?
I mean, if I just focus him first, I can just kind of build out from there, to be honest.
How about this?
This 25? 60?
How about this? How about this? Pretty good, yeah?
Okay. I mean, I'm getting these things left and right now.
Pretty good, yeah?
And really all you gotta do is just do some free missions and then there you go.
Yeah.
Got it.
Pretty good, yeah? Pretty good, yeah?
Last one.
Pretty good, yeah?
So unless I'm wanting wind, that's it, I guess.
What's your counter blaze at?
1.
You got a 7.
Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, it's offensive guard. Counter blaze is for shields. Shield dudes. Yeah.
See ya.
Let's do this last mission and that'll be it. After 45 minutes of cutscene.
What? Need something?
What's up?
Wonder how much damage I'll be doing. Like if it's a noticeable difference.
Maybe. Also with the critical on top.
Thanks. Wow.
Yes.
How about knives and guns and man engines and fucking big phallic things, lances. They're
Oh,
embarrassed.
easy, would you?
Casualties. Embarrassed.
And jealous.
Use your comrade
What's
as a
the matter?
shield.
We've got a new assignment. Seems that way.
Probably end up doing 3 missions.
2 of them.
We have the advantage.
Kill an ace. Yeah, we can do this real quick. Don't want to start anything too crazy.
Op details are
I don't know why they keep trying to do this thing. Trying to fight us like this. How dare they? Also not sure why our guys can't hold ground.
Let's do this. No match for us.
In the name of Jutland! 'Twas a worthy
Out
fight.
of my way,
Rest in peace.
Commander down.
Out of my way, Rock.
Rock? Rock was in your way?
Who's next?
All right. Get lost. Commander down.
Retreat!
This is a good position.
Commander down.
Oh, ice! In the name of Jutland! 'Twas a worthy fight. Onward to victory!
Farewell.
Unnecessary, but you get your ammo back. I get it.
Their numbers are rising.
Who the hell are you? Oh, bunch of dummies.
Get lost.
Hmm.
Commander down.
Leave it to me!
From within.
Enemy reinforcements
I'll
sighted.
prove myself.
Intercept the enemy!
Enemy reinforcements sighted.
Oh, ice! Let your strength! Rest in peace.
Observe the enemy.
Minus.
That's going our way!
All right. Damaged. Who's next?
Oh, ice! In the name of Jutland!
Take it all the way!
Meteor fall.
That all you got?
That might be good.
Who's next?
I'm in the zone.
Oh.
Intercept the enemy!
Their numbers are rising.
Take
Big
this.
sad for you.
All right.
That's
Commander
going
down.
our way!
Burn them all.
Let's keep up
pressure.
Bunch of dummies.
Let's end this.
I'll prove myself.
I'll murderize them. This isn't good.
Commander down.
Stand up. No match for us.
Commander down.
From within.
I'm not done yet. Who's next?
In the name of Jutland!
Determined to win.
Terribly sorry.
I won't go easy.
Come to me. Take it all the way. Who's next?
Isn't that a fun lesson? Enemy reinforcements.
Oh yeah? Yeah, you think you're so cool.
Onward to victory!
Commander down.
Honest.
All right.
Oh.
Mission complete.
Oh, I did.
All blades.
Meteor fall level 4. 509. 3 shots.
All right. Well, that's it for tonight. Oh. Tomorrow we will be finishing the DLC for Arkham Knight, which won't take very long. And then we're playing. I'm gonna go ahead and call it right now, regardless of what the polls say. Maximo, the Maximo series, 2 games, PlayStation 2. Then I'll make a new list at some point today, probably before stream, hopefully.